as my people call it, yo. This camera is driving me nuts. Oh my goodness, oh my god, guys. Happy weekend, happy Saturday. Happy, joy. And then I cough. Because that is the sign of joy. Oh my god. It's already warm in here. Well, it says it's 84, so let's try a minute. Scoop, found out about the DSP 56300 emulator, and boy, so you're gonna have to tell me, I don't even know what, that's the chip or something? Interesting. Well, welcome in, Shitwolf, welcome in, Scoop-de-doo, welcome in over on YouTube, Brian and Timothy, or Tim. And who else am I missing? Unhip Cobra and Baloo. Oh yeah, let's fucking go. Power packed. Good start. Good strong start to a very strong stream. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I gotta change something. There we go. Well, everyone's having a great weekend so far. I know I am. Sort of. Mostly. I'm actually just glad to be in here streaming. I don't know what it is. I get bored. I'm not streaming. I don't know if that's good or bad. It's definitely not funny, which is sad. So I guess that does make it bad. So, Scoop, let me make sure I understand this correctly. So there's that DSP 56300, that is the core for the Virus TI 2. And so someone has been able to emulate that in software, the core of that chip, and then they've been able to put the code in that who the Access came up with. That's a lot of reverse engineering. That is a lot. Like getting the code for it or reverse engineering the code. I mean, you have to, I think for legal reasons, you have to do like a clean room like deal, like where you have to just figure it out. You can't like go and get a chunk of the code or whatever. But they're, decompiling technology, I thought that was like a made-up word for so long, and I've noticed from like YouTubers and stuff pointing it out that decompiling is becoming not, it's very, very doable thing these days. Reverse engineering is, yeah, no, I mean, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. And now I'll have to look into that, because that would be kind of fun to fucks around with. Lately, I've been looking at and really starting to appreciate FPGAs. Like, I know that's a really cool bit of technology that, like the Mister and so forth uses that. And then when we opened up the Motu, we discovered it was loaded up with FPGAs. So the fact that you could like construct a complex circuit, or CPU or whatever, like whole thing inside of a chip, is kind of awesome. IntelliJ uses FPGA on some modules. Oh, really? I was surprised that, like, their utilization. So, one thing that I ran across recently, I was watching this YouTube channel, and they basically, it's like an audio design firm or whatever. They make DACs and so forth, but they're like stupid expensive. And the lead engineer guy has these little videos, and I was listening to one. I normally don't check them out very often, but the video was like, what's the difference between Burr Brown, AKM, Cirrus, ESS, all these big brands in the ADC, DAC world. And one thing that blew my mind, and I talked to a buddy of mine, he's like, yeah, you can do it that way if money's no object. But this company, instead of, getting a DAC from Burr Brown or AKM or whatever, they just make one on an FPGA. He's like, that's what we've been doing for the last blah years. We've just been making our own. And there's lots of benefits to it, but the price is just asinine compared to what you could get, like a $20 DAC or a $100 FPGA, and it's just kind of silly. But got me to thinking, like, well, I wonder if you could get some. I wonder what kind of results you could get with lower end FPGAs. But I was talking to my buddy about it, and really it's the conversion that's the issue, because it's sigma delta conversion, and that's what they all do. But like to be able to get it at a high enough rate and frequency, you have to get like a nice FPGA that's able to emulate at a really high frequency and a really high speed and whatnot. So I don't know. Anyways, I'm talking a little bit out of my price range, or price land. But it kind of fascinated me because we just talked about that emulator, and I'm like, well, shit. What if you could emulate that DSP chip on an FPGA and either like create a variant of a virus? I mean, really pretty shady, in my opinion, because you're kind of like not given access. I mean, I guess if you're willing to pay access, I think that would be totally on the up and up. But if you were to, of course, they control their IP, so they probably just shut you down. They wouldn't take any money. It'd be very strategic, very strategic. But taking that DSP chip that we were talking about, replicating it on FPGA, down to a 1-to-1 scenario, and then all you have to do is connect it to your IOs, your DACs and your inputs and all that shit, your ADCs, all that crap. That's it. I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about these things lately. I don't know why, because I never gave a shit about it, but it's like my new obsession of like, how can we take these old pieces of technology with the parts that are going to fail, that are going to give out, because we're at these points where we're finding out, oh, well, these caps are, like the caps being bad. That's a really common example. There's boards that don't hold up so well. There's batteries that leak onto boards. There's all these things that destroy these vintage pieces of technology, and eventually we're just not going to have anymore. 500 were made, there's only 20 left, that kind of scenario. But if we were to retrofit them with modern technology, to basically replace that busted DSP chip that hasn't been made in 20 years or 50, or that, I don't know. It just makes me think a lot about it. I've been just kind of obsessed I try not to think about it off stream because, you know, I got chores. I got stuffs I gotta do. Het Tanis, let's frickin' go, mate. Welcome in. I was looking at an $18,000 dev board last year. Server boards have a CPU. That's gotta be insane. I've been getting into dev boards lately, but my buddy I've been working with, he's like, dude, just make your fucking own. And I'm like, oh. Yeah. He's like, they give you all the information in the data sheet to make your own development board. Just do it. I'm like, okay. He goes, it'll be like hundreds of dollars less. Because these dev boards, I'm looking at some RFID Bluetooth stuff. And because I have a buddy who wants to do this really cool trick where you would have these little light rings that you would put in your bar, and they would have RFID readers, and all your bottles of booze would have chips, and wherever you put it on the ring, it would send back and catalog where the bottles are and everything, so it would always know. And you could bring up like a little app. He's a big whiskey guy, so you could be like, bring me up all the double malts, you know, or whatever the fuck. I don't drink whiskey, so. Well, I'll go with tequila terms. Like, bring me up all the blancos. I wanna just get so the lights will light up. You can color code them. We were thinking about RGB and stuff like that. That's all real dumbass easy. But trying to find these RFID Bluetooth dev boards. There's like a couple of companies that are like making the RFID stuff. And I'm spacing their name. I want to say NTI, but that's not it. But either way, it's like some boring acronym company like that. And they, I was looking at these devs, and they're like, you know, 100, 200, 300 bucks. And I'm like, I'm just never going to do this again once I'm done. I'm never going to need this board again. I don't think there's any room on the eBay to... Looked online, no. And I was like, all right, well then, I guess I'll just need to hobble a couple $100 together for one of these boards. And then, you know, months later, my buddy's like, fuck that, just make it yourself, man. And I'm like, you're right, there's absolutely nothing stopping me from making it myself. I could even have the factory populate majority, if not all, of the parts. And I just drop on the stuff that's not, I don't know, I can't think of the word right now. It's a good word though. I've been obsessed with FPGA since the early 2000s, but they've always been out of my reach. Stupid expensive. Yeah. Same here. It's something I'd like to do, but yeah, it's a really expensive rabbit hole to go down unless you have like real R&D money for it. Which is, it's funny. I was talking about that not too long ago. I'm like, you know, it's all well and good to pay out of pocket for stuff, but eventually, like, it's a little more adult to have just an R&D account to pull from. You need to sit down for a year and study. Do not expect ChatGPT to help. Well, from everything I've read, programming an FPGA is you basically are marrying two disciplines, electrical engineering and computer science. And those are like intrinsically together because you're creating like in code a mathematical representation of how an NPN works. Now granted, there's libraries and there's all this shit that you could probably pull from to simplify that task, but if you want it done right, you're probably going to have to do it yourself. You can't just like, you know, you'll have to still understand completely all these all these things, have to understand them forwards and backwards. Just because, I mean, it's a high level of emulation, like super duper high. So, yeah. And I should mention, these are two disciplines that I'm as mediocre as you can get. Like mathematics, I can do sums and a little bit of divide. I know a little bit of my multiplication table. Seriously, it's like I don't have the greatest of mathematics skills, and then programming is almost identical. Like a friend of mine was asking if I knew any programming, and I was like, I'm sure I could figure it out, but dude, my entire basis is basic. When I was a kid, when I was like, you know, 6 or 7 years old, we had like a little, it wasn't a TRS-80, it was a TS-10? I can't remember. It's this little computer from Radio Shack that had these chiclet little keyboard. It was horrible for an adult, but perfect for a child. And I would write basic code. I literally would just copy it out of a book, but I started to grasp what I was doing and why these commands would have this effect. So I started to understand it, but you know, I never went much further. And then when I was like 13 or 14, I studied C on like a Mac 68K that I had, and I got like so far. It was one of those For Dummies books. I got one of those when I was like 13, because those are popular, man. You can't argue with the For Dummies series. And I got like a Mac Programming for Dummies, and it had like a really dumbed down, not dumbed down, but stripped down version of Code Warrior, which was really why I bought the book, because like Code Warrior was like $1,000, and it was the only compiler that I knew of for Macintosh back then. And but it had like a stripped down version of it, kind of like when you get a synth and they give you like a shitty version of Ableton or whatever. You're like, oh cool, 8 tracks, I'm gonna write my banger with that. All right, let's just put one of these only 2 VSTs at a time. Oh, okay, so we're gonna have to live all this. All right, cannot multi-record. Jesus fuck, this sucks. Yeah, that was Code Warrior. Oh, really? Yeah, I almost thought about doing that. I'd heard stories like they were pretty good about giving out free copies. They really just wanted corporations to buy like 100 licenses so they could, you know, pay everybody's salary for a year. But yeah, they didn't do the demos or anything like that. So anyways, I had Code Warrior. I got so far, and then I got to the end of the book. I got the next level up, and then I kind of just got stuck because I kept having this weird bug in my software. And now I think about it, I think I didn't have really much debugging tools. So the thing would just crash, and it was a memory-related error, but I didn't understand, because you had to do your own memory management in that code, if I'm remembering right. And I was like, what? I don't know what a stack and a heap are. I've read the sentence 52 times. I still don't understand what it is. And that's the part where, in hindsight, I should have just grabbed another book and picked up with that book, trying to get another perspective than the For Dummies perspective. But I think, and then I honestly, I think I discovered girls and around that time, so it's kind of like fucking mute. I mean, what would you rather do at 16, right? 15, 16, what would you, yeah, right. Well, at least that's how I was. Not proud, just accepting. Dr. Dubs. But yeah, anyways, I don't even know anybody that would be capable of, oh, there's a hydrate and a stretch, right? Is that what I'm seeing? Or is that from an old one? I think that's the old one. Nah, it's the old one. My bad. I will hydrate anyways. I have a few friends of mine that have really incredible skills in certain different disciplines. Like I have one friend, he's an incredible electrical engineer, analog circuits, digital circuits, interfacing. He's just absolutely mad brilliant. I have another buddy of mine who is a mathematics, physics wizard. Absolutely just blows my mind. I have another friend who's just a programming, you know, computer architecture genius as well. None of those guys, I think, could. They would probably love the challenge, and they probably would step up to it and meet it just fine if they were motivated right. But I don't think any of those guys could do an FPGA, you know, out of the box. Dr. Dobbs. I don't know what that means. I think that's where I'm lost. Oh. Well, I'm trying to think. I think that's all. That's all that's really cool going on. We'll, today's our last day here in Jamtown. It's gonna be a little bit of a longer day. I kind of started later than I meant to. C is still the lowest energy intensive language when it comes to power consumption. Is it? Interesting. If you guys were here on Thursday, we discovered that we ran out of power on the Eurorack power supply. And to solve this and give a little bit of extra headroom, I took out 2 Ornament and Crimes and a Yarns clone and a Frames clone. Or they're not clones, they're micro versions, whatever. I took basically 1, 2, 3, I took 4 items out that pull like easily 100 milliamps a piece. So we should be back in a, no, I got some space freed up, so I put an envelope in because I remember we were short on envelopes the other day, so beep, beep, beep. Thought that'd be a good idea. Yeah, we ran out of power. And I kind of thought that was going to happen, but I didn't know. I thought it would just stop working, you know, and like turn it on and like the shit wouldn't work right, because that's how I always hear the stories. And people will say like, oh yeah, my stuff acted weird or whatever. But in this case, we had, our only clue was that 2 of these Ornament and Crimes weren't on. Like the screen was dead, and we pulled one out and the light was still on the back, so it was getting power, but I don't think it was enough power, or it was just whack, I don't know. And we unplugged it, and the other one didn't come on or anything, but I found out later you have to reset them. Once they go into this state, they can't, you have to like power cycle it to get it out. I don't know how else to do it. And so we plugged it back in, we measured the voltage on the rails, and this is for all the power in the system, and it was reading 11.19. And on the positive and 11.49 on the negative rail. We unplugged that one module, just that one, and measured it, and it was 12.11.99. So we were right at the max where it would start to do a voltage drop to try to meet the current draw, because there's, you know, the whole IVR thing. And the equilateral triangle of electronics. And so, oh man, sorry. So anyways, oh, Twitch guy coming in with the hydration and the stretch. I was saying that earlier. Man, I whacked that camera pretty good. Did it fuck? It could be better. I accidentally misread this screen and I thought there was a hydration and a stretch in there, but it's just its little tally system. So silly. Oh man, totally forgot what I was talking about. That wasn't that interesting, I'm sure. Or was it? Why isn't that making noise? Oh, well. Oh, shit. I forgot to do this part. Nice. Oh, wait. That's right. We were talking about the power thing. But I guess that's all I really wanted to say about it. Just it went down. I had an extra power supply for the space station, but I'm just gonna throw that in here and make that my digital power supply. So I'll have an analog supply, which will be the original power that I've been using, and then an analog one. What do you have for logic? I have a couple different things. I have like an old 2 HP one that I put in this case before. That was my live case, and it has an and an or. I think I have two of those. I'm not sure where the other one is. And then this Ken Stone Catgirl Synth one I made. It has two inverters, an and, an or with an XOR to tap on top of it, and then an exclusive, which would be, I can't remember. Oh yeah, they both have to pass a certain voltage before it's active. So it's kind of like an AND gate, but it's certain voltage ranges. I can't remember the deal. They're all useful, in fact. I haven't used it lately because I kind of don't like where it lives. I kind of want to move it to a more accessible part of the world. And let me think here. So there's that one, and I have some other logic functions. I'm just spacing it right now. Lots of dividers. Maybe that is it. Yeah, because most of the time, I just take clock signals and put them into the and, ors, and stuff like that. And, yeah, because I can't remember what the others are. I think I'm also thinking of I keep thinking of things that aren't finished. I don't know if you would count a window comparator, but I do have one of those. I don't use it very often, but when I need it, it's super fucking nice to have. Because there's really not much that could do that would be like a comparator. For the random gate, yeah. My issue is more that it's like a little bit too random. I mean, it's too random for Jamtown anyways. I think having like a consistent gate pattern kind of helps tie things down a little bit. But it would be nice for certain bits to be a little bit more random. But yeah, I could take 2 outs from the gate generator, throw them into an AND logic so that, you know, you'll get more of a, at least to narrow it down a little bit. I have a gate, I have an OR logic here. Well, I guess I didn't count that, but it's just for gate signals. It's called gate OR. And it'll do that. You can plug multiple gates in and get their summed output effectively, which is pretty super. Yeah, but if you did AND right, it would slow it down. ORs would basically speed things up. Not basically, it would. It'd just be like, well, this gate OR has like 7 inputs and 1 out, so it's kind of goofy. Yeah, that's true. Except we don't have the CV-controlled matrix mixer. Not yet. But soon. We will just need to populate these barren areas. And I got new pots. I took the pots out of we got all our parts in the mail today, or yesterday and today and whatever. And the $375 worth of pots came in. Heavy. Very heavy. Wanted to do some curls with it. You know, work on my guns. But, alas. Caterpillar, welcome in. You ever smoke a pot? I don't know how to answer that question. Yeah, I have. One time I ran I shorted it out, and I had like a voltage thing, and it would short to ground, and so I turned it up, and it got really warm, and I didn't touch it, so I didn't know how hot it was, because it was running electricity straight through it. And I guess it had like a lot of current to work with, because it was just going and going, and I thought I'd like build like a variable like rheostat or something. I don't know what I was thinking. I probably wasn't. Either way, smoke started to come from inside, from the little portals of that pot. So yes, I have smoked a pot, and it wasn't that good as smoking pot. You know, for people who don't have a tenuous grasp of the English language, this has got to be a little bit confusing. You know, like with double entendres and then you know, innuendos. Fuck, I'll innuendo. Variable heater for winter. Yeah, right. Would not recommend. Yeah, it doesn't work. I knew this guy. He used to take 9 volts apart and take the little batteries inside, and he'd short them out, and he'd put them on the tips of his gloves, so he'd have little glove heaters. I'm like, yeah, that's a good idea, man. Especially when they pop. Then you have little nub fingers. And the doctor would be like, why'd you do that? We're pulling out chemicals and bits of metal out of your fingernail, jackass. I think he wore 2 gloves, though. Maybe. I might be making that part up. I can't remember. I'll in your window, in your window. Man, this guy's making spooky sounds, isn't he? Like horror movie sounds from the darkness of your mind. Don't let it get away from you. Rocks on the wood stove, rocks on the stove of my life. Let me get some rocks from my rock dealer. Gonna get some toot from my speed dealer. Now, I'm gonna fix this camera. It's driving me nuts. It keeps drooping. I'll just get shorter. That's a good idea. Timothy over on the YouTube, potentiometers. Oh shit. Damn it, the stupid icon covers up the words. Potentiometers come out at night. Mostly. Post said my replacement parts arrived today. It did not. Oh, I fucking hate that. Yeah, I know, LT. I've done stupid things like that a lot. I've broken so many electronic. That's why when I tell people when they're worried about certain things, I'm like, don't worry. That's not gonna kill that TLO 74. That fucker. She's fine. All right. What's gonna kill it is this. You know. So I'm so big on that, because people get worried about the silliest things, and I'm like, no, it will survive. Moving back to the mountains this fall, nice. Speed that stance up to therm it up. Well, welcome in, everybody. I hope you're having a good weekend. Welcome everybody over on YouTube as well. Thanks again for everybody chilling in there. It's super cool to see cats watching from the YouTube window. It's cool shit, man. Oh my gosh, guys! Last night I was like, I needed something on the telly, but I didn't want to like get too hung up on it. And then I thought, why not work on my meat wad and my Carl by watching a little Aqua Teen Hunger Force?
So I did that, and that was cute, bro. I really find that not having anybody to interact with, if I had someone to like talk to as me, why, I think I could really master the magical art of impersonation. And then I can get his social security number, and his phone number, and his mother's maiden name, and then I'm gonna open up a credit card, and it's gonna say Mirad. I'm gonna be like Madonna. It's gonna be a mononym. Mononym. You know what I'm trying to say?
Op amps nowadays are kind of hard to kill. Yeah. Well, you know, people are worried about like, oh, I don't want my iron to destroy this P-dip or something like that. And I'm like, I don't want to like invite trouble, but I kind of, I'm like, you know what? I'll give you $10 if it does. If that P-dip dies from by the hands of your iron, that's an easy $10. But then I realized I could really fuck myself on that plan. But either way, the only thing that really kills those guys that I've discovered is reverse voltage. If you send reverse voltage to it, you should just replace them. They're probably jacked. Because what will happen is it will still work. It just won't work correctly. So it'll still pass signal and everything like that. The op amp will be fine looking. But if you were to do what I ended up figuring it out is I just did like a 1-to-1 buffer amp thing, and I put a sine wave in, and I measured on the other side, and it was not a sine wave. It was like an asymmetrical waveform where the bottom was sinusoidal and the top was all blocked and fucked up. And it was like not even the same frequency. Even though it was 1-to-1, the amplitude was different. Like everything was all jacked up. It was pretty weird. And I was talking to a friend about it, and he's like, well, did you hit reverse voltage? And I was like, yeah, just for a second. And he's like, that's all it needs. I mean, if you did it for 1/10 of a second, you'd still done it. I was like, oh yeah. Make sure I never tell anybody this story. Anyways, anybody watching the news today? All right, let's get some jamming going. I think you guys have waited long enough with my flappa talking. Whimsical ravioli. Welcome in, mate. Good to see you. There's like a weird jazz note on there. Yes! Oh my god, we got Mr. X up in this piece. Pet Tanis as well. Let's go. And over on YouTube, a little love over there from Mr. X and, oh shit, it ran out. And Tim, oh, I gotta scroll it back. Oh, Tim messaged earlier. Oh, let me turn this down so I don't have to yell. Tim over on YouTube messaged earlier. Hey, just found out the movie you did the music for, Retro Causality, won an international award in India. Awesome. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people know that. I don't know why I don't talk about it more. It's kind of cool. I think it's because it's like my only achievement. I don't want to get too harpy on it. But yeah, I did the soundtrack for a movie, a little independent film years ago, and it did all right. Did pretty good. It's a cool movie. It's called Retro Causality. It's honestly, you can't see it because of the screen, but it's that poster underneath that neon sign, but it gets blown out. It's a little short film. I think it's like 15 minutes long or something. It's not terribly long. And it's called Retro Causality. It's about these ghost hunters that go and they're looking at this house that's supposed to have had this horrific crime occur, and they're all, you know, being goofy ghost hunters, but things get a little freaky and too real. I did the soundtrack for it like really, really fast. Is this the movie? Let's see. That sounds about right. 17 minutes. Yeah, 2019. Yep. Yeah, it was really cool. They asked me if I could do it. I had like a real rough early version of the film, and it wasn't cut or anything, so it's kind of like a work print type deal. So it was, I didn't know how much time I had or anything like that. So I thought like, well, I'll just give them a bunch of stuff, and they can just cut out what they don't want. And, you know, instead of me having to, like, you know, back and forth and rewrite and stuff like that on the hub. Yeah. That soundtrack is entirely a saxophone solo. But we were sued by Jerry Rafferty's people because I just kept playing that just over and over. They said, you can't play the Baker Street riff. And I was like, why? And they just looked at me like, because we said you can, we own it. And then I'm like, pulled out a saxophone and started chasing them out of the meeting. That's why I'm not allowed at the Hilton downtown anymore. They were like, that was that asshole that came in with the saxophone and played the sax to Jerry Rafferty's people after being asked not to. And he just brings it to a meeting. What a jerk. No, I did the, so I had them film and I wrote a bunch of notes down and, you know, all the different vibes and stuff that I wanted to do or that, you know, that came across in the film. And then I did almost everything on the Supernova. Like almost all the music is, or all the background music and stuff, it's the Supernova, but there's a couple of key things that were made with our friend Mr. Modular. But they didn't use as much of the modular stuff as they did the Samson stuff. So, or Samson, the Supernova stuff. But what's funny is, so I go to the premiere of it, and it's at this cool like art venue place that we have here in Phoenix, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm weird in social situations, like, I don't know, you'd think after all this time I get better, but I've genuinely gotten, I think, exponentially worse. So I just don't even know how to talk to people or interject. It's just so fucking silly. So I'm at this premiere, and I can't remember exactly how, but for some reason I was just nervous to go talk to people, and the guy who was the lead sound department engineer guy, and this is an independent film, so there's not like a giant crew. A lot of people are wearing a lot of different hats and so forth. And long story short, because I really don't remember too much, because I was, like I said, I was just silly nervous for some reason about the whole public. I don't know what it was. And he brought up, he was like, I hope you don't mind about, the changes I made to the soundtrack. And I was like, and I hadn't seen it until we saw the movie, and I was like, what do you mean? And he goes, well, I moved this part, and I did this, and I shortened this up. And I explained to him, I was like, oh, no, that's exactly what I wanted you to do. And I told him, like, I worked on this for like 4 hours, and I sent it off with the expectation of getting notes. And I didn't get any notes. And then I started to realize I could do this with it, and I was like, all right, cool. So I was like, honestly, it just was great not to get things sent back to me and go, can you do this or that? Because that's boring and stupid and annoying half the time. And I think I'd rather just, I'd like to be like a chef. Just send my meal out. If you don't like it, and go fuck yourself. Go eat somewhere else. But I wouldn't. That doesn't work for writing music. But anyways, Tim's on there. Retrocausality, it's available on YouTube. Yeah, we did put the link up on the Twitch chat here, so people on Twitch can go check it out if you are so inclined. But yeah, it was a really cool experience, and we talked about this the other day. I'd like to do some more, but it's one of those things where it's I think part of it is there's a bit of a saturation in the market. So, like, I'm not the only person that could do this kind of thing. So there's a little bit of that, and there's a little bit of, like, being in that scene, in that world, which I really am not. I just have friends within it that are really awesome, and it'll be like, oh, let's see what Sid's up to. And that's kind of how any of that stuff goes down, which is fine by me, because I like doing it, and I sure as hell don't want to do it like, I don't know, it's one of those things I realized like very early on, and I never really pursued it as a career, because I was like, that saying, like, if you want to ruin something you like, make it your job. And there are certain things that's absolutely true, and then there are other things that are not true at all. Like, I love it. So it's this weird balance, and writing scores, writing commercial music, writing music for things, I figured out was going to be the latter, the part that I don't like. Synth Cat coming in on YouTube. Welcome in, mate. We're just kicking it here. We just had a little jam squeezing out. It was delicious. Reminded me of when I was a younger man. Synthcat over on YouTube. I did a new project come out. I'm catching up to speed. No, we were talking about so I did a soundtrack for a movie, a little short independent film back in 2018, and And one of the producers for it is in chat, and they brought up that it won an award. It was an international film award in India, which is pretty cool. It's actually won quite a few awards. Like I keep hearing, like, you know, award here, award there, and I'm like, fuck yeah, hell yeah. But we were talking about it. It was a real. I did it thinking I was going to get the music sent back to me and get notes and so forth, but instead the guy who was in charge of the audio and the music and everything, he just took pieces and spliced it around and moved it around. And when I met him at the premiere, he was really nervous that I'd be upset about it, and I was very happy to tell him, like, no, that was my intent from the beginning, was just to give you a bunch of meat and you could cut away the pieces you didn't want. And all the music I wrote for it was very incidental kind of music, you know? Like, I pulled heavily. This is kind of, I don't know if I want to say this because it'll probably ruin it, but there's like a really strong old Star Trek, the original series, background music they would do, where they'd have the bass guitar and it would have this like slapback tape delay, and it would just play like two clicky notes, like ding 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 ding, you know, just like really simple bam 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 bam, just like steps like that. And so I heard that in my head when I was watching the cut and so forth, and so I went ahead and kind of did something similar to that, but with the supernova. No, it's yours. Right. Well, I don't know how much you've been listening, Timothy, but I when I originally did it, I didn't know what the scenario was, so I was like, well, I'll just write a whole bunch of stuff. This is a rough cut. It didn't even end up being the original cut. So it don't ruin the mat. Too late. Nightfall, guten Abend, meine Damen. Ah, danke. Oh yeah, I did do the hydrate. I don't think I did the stretch from Twitch, guys. So let me. Oh man, this thing's being a dick again, isn't it? Dick. Super Sonic said, yeah, it was fun. I like to do it some more. It's just, like I said, it's tricky. It's tricky work to come by unless you're actively pitching for yourself to be in that. And every now and then I'll get that urge to, like, yeah, I should pitch myself, you know, to be the music for this or that. And the last one I did, it was right before COVID, and then once COVID hit, they stopped production, and to my knowledge, they never picked it back up, which is what it is. Those things happen more often than they don't happen, which is weirdly sad. Anyways, I require a fresh one of these, one of my liquid D's here, liquid deaths, and then I think we could get a little bit more jamming going. We could cook up the jams. I don't know if we could kick them out, but we could cook them up. Let's see here. All right. I don't think I did the stretch. Let me do the stretch real quick. Get that out of my way. Oh. Sid speaks German? A little bit. I understand it a little bit better than I speak it, and I understand very little. Before I met Mrs. Heresy, I was like really hitting the books, and I was really, really getting good at learning. She's not here, so I can tell this story and not like sound like I'm trying to give her guilt. And I probably had about 100-word vocabulary, which isn't bad. And I was getting to a spot where I wanted to start watching German movies and television and stuff like that, so that I could just like power my way through the rest of the language and stuff. Because one thing that is kind of big is like there's different versions of the dialect, and like so if you learn proper German and so forth, like this what they teach in schools kind of thing, that's really not what a lot of people speak. It's more of a slang, I guess would be the equivalent of it, and more of a relaxed version of the I don't know what you call it. The analogy for it would be like the Queen's English, but I don't know how that. I don't think that's going to work in Deutschland. Paschal, yeah. Machschal, Wiedschal. Well, there's a guy who's a Instagram YouTuber, or not YouTuber, TikToker, I don't know. His name's Jordan Prince, and he's a comedian, and he's an American that's lived in Germany for like 6 years. And a lot of his content, a lot of his comedy is about German culture and so forth. And one of his opening things is like, I can't believe I wasted all that time learning German. I should have just came to Germany. And I kind of knew that was the case before, that like, oh yeah, because my friend, I have a friend of mine that I did a lot of jungle breakcore music with, and he lived in, Einfurt. I think it was Einfurt. And he used to live in Hamburg, but he moved to Einfurt, went to school, and then eventually he got a job, and we kind of fell out of touch with each other. But he, like, I started to figure it out, and he's like, nine, let's just speak English. I want to work on my English. And I'm like, yeah, but I want to work on my Deutsch. Oh, well. The Queen's German. Why'd you decide to learn German? I'm looking at it right now. Einstürzen Sie Neunbaten. They're a German band. Some call them krautrock, but I think that's like a misnomer. But they're like this German kind of industrial band. And they, not to get too lost in the weeds, but they are somebody to check out if you've never heard of them. It starts with an E, E-I-N, and you can kind of, it'll auto-type the rest of it. You'll figure it out. But Einstürzen Sie Neunbaten is like, here's the coolest thing about them. So I was watching this movie they have, Habermensch, and it's like a music video to promote their album of the same name. And there's like this song that I absolutely love of theirs called Armenia. I think it's called Armenia too, actually. And so the thing about this band is like, there's like a bass guitar, and that's about as traditional instrument. Sometimes there's an electric guitar, but that's about as close to a traditional instrument as they get. The rest of the time, they're playing hydraulic hoses, in this particular one, they had like SM57s taped to these sheets of metal, and they would take angle grinders and stuff to the metal, and they had a bunch of electronic gear too, and it was playing like samples and loops and stuff, and then there's a lead singer. His name's Blixa Bergold, and he is out of this world. He's a truly weird guy. Absolutely wonderful and beautiful person too. So he's like just cracking out these crazy fucking lyrics, you know, that I don't understand. And I'm watching this video, and I'm very familiar with the song. I used to listen to, I got their Best Of album, and that's how I got introduced to them. And that song was on it, and I fell in love with it and everything. And so I'm watching this, and I thought I was watching a music video in which they were miming playing over the original track. No. It's a live performance. They replicated everything almost. I mean, and once I kind of realized, because there was like subtle differences, and I was like, huh, that's weird. And then I realized later that it was all live. And so what makes that remarkable is, to me, is that they're fucking literally playing jackhammers. I'm forgetting Andrew, I forget his name, is running around grabbing a fucking jackhammer, hitting it into a metal, and then going and banging on these I-beams, just like in the album, just like in the song, 1-to-1. There's no fucking difference. It's wild. And what I love about that is when I first listened to them, I thought it was like, hey, just hit record, we're gonna make a bunch of fucking noise, and we're gonna call that a song. I thought they were phoning it in. They take that shit to a, you know, to a first chair level. If you've ever been in band or orchestra or whatever, they're all first chairs. Every one of those guys is playing like sheet metal and I-beams and jackhammers and angle grinders the same way I would play a bass or a guitar or a trumpet. It's just absolutely mind-blowing to me. It still is every time I tell that story, because I'm like, where do you see that? There are bands that have come after that have done things similar to that, but and you can't forget a lot of their influences from the French music concrete thing and so forth, but still nobody does it like Neubauten. Nobody. And I've seen them live. They are absolute hoot to go see live. It's, I don't know, it's they're easily one of my favorite bands. So to answer your question, that is absolutely why I wanted to learn German, because I wanted to understand what he was saying in these songs, and I felt like it was well, at the time, too, when I was younger, I loved it so much, I wanted to move to Germany. I wanted to live in Germany. For a good chunk of my life, I really wanted to move to Germany. Then I met a German. No. Actually, I met a few. It's the same reason I used to want to go to Australia, and then I met a couple of Aussies, and I was like, oh, Jesus, how many of you are over there? You're fucking annoying as shit. Jesus Christ. And then I'm like, oh my God, it's like a reasonable part of their population. Oh, well, guess I'm not going to Australia. Virtues, welcome in. I listened to Autobahn from Kraftwerk when I was Autobahn Bridge. Touching Street half-ass musicians. Hey, Synthcat won on that. That's cool. Well, okay, one more thing about Neuenbahn, then we'll move on. One of the things I really love about Neuenbahn is when I was a kid, I used to do this sound with my voice, and Blixa Bergold does it all the time in his music, and he's gotten to where I'm like, that's pretty good, buddy. That's pretty good. And it's basically this, you hear it in some metal stuff, but it's the reverse, where you inhale instead of exhaling, but you still try to speak. So you'd be like, you do stuff like that. And I would do it all the time as a kid. People hated it, by the way. And then he's doing it on his albums, and I'm like, that's sick. So I think it's a little bit of affinity, too. A little bit of affinity. Somewhere I have a photo of an extremely drunk me with my arm around Blixa Bergold, and I think we're posing for a picture, and he's in like mid speech, so he looks terrible. He's just like, it was the worst picture, but it's back in the day when you had those disposable cameras, so just kind of dealt with it, buddy. Man, I'm the heroin reincarnation of Blixa. That's mean, but I don't think inaccurate. I don't know about his drug history. I know he Blixa Bergold, he for a very, very long time was the guitarist for Nick Cave, and in fact, like, I remember this was about 2005 or so. He left the band so he could focus on just Neuenbahn full time, and they implemented a lot of really cool stuff too, of kind of early internet things. Like they had a whole deal where you could watch in the studio, watch them recording and so forth, and working on their new album. That was really cool. It was basically just a webcam and shitty audio, but you know, I still love them for that fact that they have like an appreciation for the performance art of it all. And I think there's a lot of, I think that's really, not to be hypercritical or anything of like, you know, get off my land kind of old man bitching, but there's a lot of artists that don't, you know. I don't really see that much value in, you know, performers coming out and lip syncing or playing to tracks or stuff like that. I mean, sometimes you got to. I get it, but like it's so much more commonplace now that it's kind of like, what the hell, dog? Anyways, that's my final thought. Now bring on the kleptomaniacs. How do you make that plural? Oh well. Bring out the stripper kleptomaniacs. These ladies love to take it all off for money, and they also like to steal from ya. That would be my Jerry Springer episode. It would be my deal. Why don't we get kleptomaniac strippers? And they'd probably get shot down because they'd be like, well, what's the plural of that? That doesn't... Maniacs? Doesn't... Relo Rolo! What are we doing today? We are doing the Jamtown. Kicking it here in Jamtown, enjoying the smoothest of synthesizers in this part of the hemispheres. We've also got Mr. Bass. Warming up. I didn't warm up before. I cooled down. And then I got up. And then I fell down. And then I got back up. And then I took a nap. Sunny Arcadia. These are my warm-up jams. Gotta do the classic. Arcadia now. Does the bass have a name? You know, it doesn't. I don't really name any of my guitars. Love playing this riff. It's very relaxing. And it uses the pinky, which is important in the bass. Actually, goes in with the notes there too. Or you could do, what's the other one? Just gonna go through all of Eric Avery's catalog. Coming down the mountain. That's actually all I know. I don't know. I can't think of any other Jaw songs. Nah, I fucked up. Alright, now I'm fully warmed up. We could do... I got my package. Oh, nice. Man, I wish I could do Tommy the Cat. Yeah, I don't know Tommy the Cat. I wish I did. That's probably one of the hardest ones that he has. Because, like, even looking at the tablature and the breakdown, it's like... No. No, no. No, I cannot play. We can do, I can do the shitty version of Jerry. Oh, bloody hell, man. Get ready, because things are about to get heavy. Jump up, because we're about to bump up. Get down, because there ain't no clown in this here town. We got none other than Sander Clipper coming in with that piping hot, won't stop, skitty bop, oh my god, frickin' blop. Ray! Oh my goodness. Guys, if you are not familiar, oh shit. Let me get a neighbor. Guys, if you are not familiar with Sander Clipper, go and do yourself a follow. Do yourself a favor and follow. There you go. Do yourself a follow and favor. No, definitely go follow their channel. They've got jams for all the lands. They stream pretty regularly. So your follow list will have joyous jams. And it's good times. Mate, how was the stream? Welcome in, Raiders. How are y'all feeling? You taking a walk? On the wild side. We are chilling here in Jamtown. We've got some new modules in that we built this past month or so. And they've been making the creepiest sounds in the world. I mean, all that tension, that's them, baby. Tensioning away like a rope. Solid BPM, Janice Roberta, God damn it, I always fuck that up. Janice, Roberta, welcome in, mates. Hope you guys are having a fantastic weekend. Forget my poor eyesight, it is troublingly terrible. We are here in Jamtown, kicking it. Oh, I was just doing some bass slapping. It's where you slap the bass instead of physically playing it like an adult. But if you put your fingers on the right spot, it's not so bad. It's like you can slide in to home base. It was very fun again. That's fantastic, mate. That's fantastic. Well, we've got these, this is our newer, oh, here, I'm gonna fix this, guys. I keep whacking it with my hand. The camera, I keep whacking the camera with my hand. I think that's an important distinction to make. My eyes have fallen on the honor roll from Bafako. So, we had one of our regulars in chat got one of those as a kit, did the DIY kit, and although they had problems, they ended up having problems, but it wasn't really entirely their fault. It was kind of a weird scenario, but the build itself wasn't. It was just a lot of busy work, honestly. There wasn't a lot of difficult soldering to do on there that I could really see. So if you're looking for maybe a DIY project, that might be something to think about. They also, so this is what this one cat did. So they built it and it didn't work. It was acting really weird. I helped troubleshoot as best I could, but I was like, you should just tell Bafako these symptoms that you're getting, because, you know, I don't know what to do other than to check the basics. And so they did, and they were like, we can't help you any further. You'd need to send it in. And they have, for DIY, a repair service. So if you build something and it just doesn't happen, it doesn't work or whatever, you can send it in. I don't remember the price, but it was fairly reasonable. I think it was something like 170 euros or something like that, maybe less. I'm totally trying to remember, but it covers shipping and labor and parts and everything. It's like a one price type scenario, which isn't too bad, I think. And it's fair, like I said, I think it's a pretty reasonable amount. And so that's a thing to fall back on if you do put it together and it doesn't work. It has a little daughter board on it, and called the OWL board, and it's like a DSP board. It's developed by, I think, someone other than Bafako, but I'm not. I didn't get really super deep into it. because there's a bunch of things like that out there, so it's kind of like, eh. But his was damaged, and he doesn't know how it happened or anything. And honestly, I don't know the extent of the damage, because I was like, well, it was executing the code, it was booting up, you know, it was doing all the stuff, but like it wasn't completing things. Like for example, there's a calibration mode that you go through, and it would do the first 2 of the 3 steps of the calibration, but it would like zoink out on the last one, and which led me to believe that it was probably not the main MCU chip that was damaged, but something supporting it. Like I think there's some ADCs on there. But whatever. Just a thought. If since you mentioned the Wonderall or Honorall or however you're supposed to say it, that thing does look pretty sick. No, this camera looks crooked. Oh, man. Anyways, back to this rude boy right here. That rude boy right here. Let me tell you about this rude boy right here. That's the Nonlinear Circuit. I should just practice my meat wad, because I've been I watched a whole bunch of Aqua Teen Hunger Force last night to work on my meat wad and my Carl. You know, cause I gotta work on that. You understand? If I don't, the terrorists win, and I can't let that happen again. You know, like last time.
Anyways, so here we have the wonderful Nonlinear Circuits. Now, what does that do? Well, let me tell you, right out of the gate, I have no freaking clue. Look at all these cables, man. That's a lot. I can't even see where these settings at. What does this do? What are these for? I can't answer that. What I can answer is what we did. And I'll tell you that one, and then you can be like, that ain't gonna cut it, boy. And I'm gonna be like, well, shut your mouth. And then you're gonna be mad. You understand? So, we're dealing with the foyer. There, you see that, you hear that boy right there. He's making that roaring it. Yeah, there he is. Like a horn from Satan's neighbor. Satan has a neighbor, and his name is Carl. Or Coral. We don't know. Try not to ask.
Oh, there you go. There's meat wad for 5, so we'll just do that. And it'll be easier than trying to do it. Set a timer for 5 minutes. Note: pick up more Kleenexes. Other note: trim eyebrow hair as soon as humanly possible. Nip those nose hairs while you're at it. Alright. Oh shit. Let me start that over. Set a timer for 5 minutes.
I forgot that timer was going, and I wasn't, and that's no good. Disengage safety protocols and run program. Oh yeah, we got Booze in the house. Hey Booze, how you doing, boy? We talking about this over here old Nonlinear Circuits, man. Look at this damn thing. What's it doing? It's making rice-a-roni. That's what it's doing. We got tangles. I'm gonna detangle this. Hold up. Hold on a minute. Wait. This ain't no good. You can't have this. Ah, there we go. So he's going through, and we talking about all these sounds that we got, you know? And we talking about the foyer. I'm gonna tell you right now, out of all the modules we had, I gotta say that the foyer and this resonate, they're pretty badass, yo. Probably my favorites. Out of all the modules that we built this last month, even more than Frolic, which I've been a little bit disappointed in. But I'll figure it out one day. And when I do, I'm gonna make a movie about it. And it's gonna star Don DeLuise and Tina Turner. And they're gonna be in love. But their parents won't let it happen, because they hate each other. It's gonna be like a Shakespeare theme, but with Don DeLuise in it. So prepare for this while you got time. 'Cause I ain't. Anyways, I will say the Helvetica, I think this one is the best one out of the sample and hold, because there's like 2 in there, and that's really nice, because you need more than one sample and hold. And this one's got like regular sample and hold, and then it's got stepped out, and then it's got slew. What does slew do? Well, it makes it all smooth and nice and sexy, just the way I like it when I'm not liking stuff. You know, we haven't tried the mixer. We haven't done that one at all. We should do that. We should put stuff into the mixer to submix the mixer. We could call it Mr. Mixer. And then, you know, okay, so now we talked about the ones I really like. Let's talk about the ones that I'm like, I'm gonna have to spend some time on this, me-Rod. We already talked about the Frolic and how I think it's not what I was, I don't know, man. I was hoping more. But then we're gonna move over to the Cellular Automata. Now this one's kind of cool, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought it was gonna be a lot cooler. And moving on, we got the Genie. Now I struggle with the Genie. I think that I need to spend more time on it and maybe understand the subtle nuances of the neuron, because I don't understand what I'm doing and why it does it, and I don't understand why I'd want to do it and why I should be doing it. So that's something to think about. I do believe that these the two phage, the phage, I think these are, I messed them up when I was putting them together, cause like they don't like CV and they're really sensitive, and it's just not gonna work for me. So I did them on both of them, so it's definitely something I did wrong. So we're gonna take those in the lab and we're gonna fix them. We're gonna make them right, cause they ain't right. What else we got going on here that ain't right? I think that's it.
That's exhausting, by the way. Yeah, I think these guys, I think I screwed up on them because they're behaving really weird. I mean, I can get them to do what I need them to do, but they don't do what I wish they would do. Mixing audio smoothies with the mixer.
Just blend, put them on puree. I'm hitting a button, Dad, and it ain't working. So puree ain't the way we do today. Puree. This mixer is actually, it's an attenuverting.
Wait, why am I still talking like that? This is a attenuverting mixer, so it's actually got, I could actually honestly be using it for good instead of evil. I mean, more evil. But yeah, like, seriously, the Foyer and the Resonate are my favorites out of this whole batch. The Sirius filter, the F-kit filter, those are cool too. And I'm sure the Fiege is great once I fucking fix it. But, dude, that Resonate is just beyond. I'm terrified to use it. I'm terrified to bring it up because it's just gonna scare little kids and stuff. Let's see. Yeah, that's what it's fucking doing, man. What the hell is that? That's not Bruce. That's not the boss. I was like, I want to hear Bruce Springsteen songs, and it was like, yeah, no problem. And then it gave me this shit. Let me see if I can tune this down a little bit. Oops. Here, we'll take it. Okay, maybe I went too far. Oh my god, this thing is acting so squirrely lately. Taking the NLC tests the new crazy circuits based on parts of the EMS VC is 3 and 7. I get rid of the envelope. There's like an envelope on it. Oh, that's right. We have to. I think we have to drive it. Sounds like it's flipping out. Oh well, whatever. It's really not important to me. What's important is a balanced breakfast with Cheerios. Oh, man. All right. I have no idea what that was going to do, the all right thing I said. I felt like I was going to start something, but nothing popped out of me. Oh, yeah, now I remember. I was going to run. No, so, like I said, there's a couple of modules here. The Genie, I need to spend more time with that. And the Frolic, it's kind of cool, but I was kind of hoping it would be cooler. So I'm a little bummed out. Pardon me. That was a yanny. It's kind of like a yawn, but far more ambient. We should probably bump it up. Well, someone, it's funny you mentioned that, Boo. Someone ordered some stuff from our store, and it was just shit from here, because like the merch and stuff is printed at another company, and every time I try to do a sell, I always try to like, because I really give like really screaming deals on the shipping, and I'm like trying to like minimize the loss, and I have these padded envelopes that I'll send stuff through, but this particular order, it was the power supply, which I could normally send, but they also wanted the transformer, which is this, you know, big heavy wallboard. So I had to put it in a box, but I just took an old box from Love My Switches and just put it in there. So renew, recycle. All right, I'll tell you what. Do you think we could make anything musical from the Samoscalator? It literally sounds like a bunch of bees. I really think it should have been called the bee module. Yeah, I don't know, man. I really don't know what to do with that. Beats. It's not, I mean, I just can't think of a lot of songs where a hornet bee's nest sound is gonna be like inspirable. Beads or bee. Honestly, I was gonna roll with either one, but I was saying bees. There was a question about it on YouTube. If you, I like this. Well, you know, Aquafunka booty. God damn it! I'm never gonna get it right. I try though. Hey Al, do you hear a swarm of bees? Yeah, it is a bee swarm from the Jerry Seinfeld movie. God, I can't believe that piece of shit was made. I didn't even see it. I just know it's a piece of shit. Isn't that weird? Not like magic hindsight. Run them through a gated envelope driven off a sequencer used to add flavor. Yeah, I guess we could put it through like a filter and get it all sweeping and weeping and rocking and rolling. We could put it through, we got a polybox, you know, we got a polybox right next to it. We could put it in there, you know, that wouldn't be weird or nothing, you know. Oh yeah, over on YouTube, Synth guy, the Arrested Development joke. Yes, I felt like we were doing that, but I wasn't remembering the exact bit.
Yeah, we could do that, you know. We could run it through like a filter and, you know, chop it all up and make it, you know, sexy. Like in the movies. You know what? I ain't gonna even mess around. I'm just gonna plug it in, you know, like a Glade plug-in.
Through a sample and hold. How about I am a king bee? What? Every tip to saying as yeah, I know. I just, you know, it's just a lot of words. It's like a German word, you know. Honestly, yeah, your name is like most German words. It's like, all right, let's not fuck this up. And go. And then you're like halfway through the word and you're like, I can't recover from this. There's no way. I messed this all up. It's time to pour gasoline all over it, set it ablaze, walk behind it, light a cigarette off the heat, take a big drag, stare right into the camera and go, it's risky business. Oh wait. That might be a little derivative. Yes, the Polyvox. So I have two Polyvoxes. I got this guy over here. He's kind of almost out of frame, but he's there or not. And then I have an old one I made years ago that's in frac rack format. And I honestly kind of like it more. It has a bunch of mods, and I couldn't really implement the mods into the Yo Rack version. So one of the mods is that the input gain is like doubled. I fixed it so that the pot is like the wrong freaking value, so it's just 2x gain. And so you usually just put it at noon for like half power. And then the outputs are ran into the CV inputs. So there's two CV inputs and there's two outputs. There's a band pass and a low pass, and they're both active. Oh, that's the other thing. This thing you have to choose if you want low pass or band pass. The other one has them both live. Do with that information as you will. And both of them are, I have them both routed to the CVs, and they're a switch jack, or a normal jack, whatever that is. And so if you don't plug anything in, the audio routes into the CV, and you have attenuator so you can turn it up and get some really wild stuff. But of course, if you plug anything in, it'll interrupt that, and you can get, you know, an LFO or whatever the hell you want in there. But what happens when you run its audio feedback into the CV, it mostly is like this distortion effect, but it's kind of cool. Kind of cool. All right, let me see if I can find some cables. There's cables all over the floor here, so I'm trying to grab those first. Those ones need my attention the most. Boop. So we're going to come out of the B machine, or beads, and we're going to go into the Rude Boy 9000 XL. I almost want to go to the other pod. You know what? We'll do a Pepsi challenge. We'll see which one tastes better. New Coke or old crack. We're gonna go into our mixer up here. We've got our volume all the way down. You know, wait, what am I doing? I don't need to do that twice. We'll go into the mixer we had before. Chode. Maybe. There we go. Right. Let's see what the bees sound like. We turn up the volume. Oh, we're on bandpass. That's actually interesting sounding. And that's a resonance like just a little bit up. Alright, someone said sample and hold. Let's do the smooth. I think the smooth will sound pretty. Okay, I kind of like that. I mean, it's just sample and hold noise, but it pleases me. The sound and tone brings me pleasure. I will bathe in its sound and cleanse off the dark forces that have accumulated from listening to Britney Spears. Okay, we gotta have it do that every now and then too. So we got another kid. We gotta get oh, you can tell by my stuttering I'm excited. The more excited I get, the less attention I put towards talking and making sentences and dressing. You know what's missing from this? I think everybody knows. Oh, shite. How did I do that? That's pretty cool. There you go. It's missing the verb. Okay, now, that is part 1 of the Pepsi challenge. Part 2. Part 2 is going to be taking this guy, and we're going to interrupt him just for a second. Because we're going to stack it so we can go to 2 filters at the same time, Peter Man. That's right, I figure a filter would double up with a guy like me if I had the right cables. And guess what? I do. Could we we could. Oh, this is gonna be nasty. If you've got young children or old children, I don't know, maybe, I don't know how children's age things works, but whatever their age, or you may want them to GTFO. This is gonna get nasty in here. It's gonna get real nasty up in here. Alright, I guess I have to get up to get another orange. Ah! Alright, we're gonna kill that guy for now. Mars attack style the Metroids. Alright. Give it the verb. And now, bring them both. Never happens like this. scissors for just such occasion. That was actually fucking pretty good. I hope it all got recorded. That felt like a good jam. We got so much. Oh man, I'm pushing this mic down. From our these guys, Nonlinear Circuits modules. We got some nice sound effects. I think we're easing into it. Like a latex bodysuit. We're just easing in. The little powder. A little baking powder, a little baby powder. We'll slide right in. Ready for action. I don't want to brag, but I think I'm actually getting kind of decenter at the bass guitar. I really didn't mess up. I messed up like a couple times, but not nearly as much as I normally mess up. Now, I'll wait till I listen to this for the recording later to put up on the Patreon. Dude, that guy is loud. There we go. So, and I'll listen. I'll be like, no, you were just stoned, dude. It sounded good because you were stoned. You're fucking suck. Alcadroid's in the house. Microman, wait a minute. Wait a second. I own the rights to this song. Oh, yeah. What's the name of it then? Oh, all the way on Guinness. You've been having a Guinness day? Oh, mate. Man. Tell you, Alcadroid, I almost had that gig out in Dublin, but it didn't come through. Monica reasons. Honestly, I was looking forward to it because I really didn't want to go. I didn't really want to go to that part of the world without like being able to spend some real time and hang out and stuff. Like anytime I travel and I'll go and spend time with friends or whatever, you know, when I'm working, it's like dinner at best. Can you dig it? Hey, Tim over on YouTube. Hey, my brother. But I'm telling you, I would, one thing I wouldn't be able to do unless I was there on total recreation is day drink. And I feel like that could be really fun fucking day. But anyways, I digress into a cheese press. No, I feel like, I don't know. I think I'm just learning these keys. I haven't changed the keys in forever. It's probably boring as fuck for everybody, but I every time I change it, it's just the same fucking keys. It's like, no matter what I do, I keep ending up in the same, like, well, these notes work. And I don't know if it's operator error or what, but I'm just tired of carrying. I figured, like, this would be a good time for me to sharpen my skills with the bass anyways. Oh shit. I can do a good sample and hold impression. Feel free to reach out to me. I do bar mitzvahs, birthday parties, quinceañeras, you name it. I'd honestly like to do every type of celebration with my live human beatbox sample and hold entertainment. Make your special event that much more special with Sid Heresy's acapella sample and hold impressions. I'll give you a quick little taste of. Yeah, right? You just want to make love to that, don't you? But you can't, because you've got a computer in your way. You get that out of your way, though, then you can get back to love making. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Oh, crap. Just unplugged my headphones. There it is. It's old Bach. So there's a weird noise I hear, though. We should do some noise. Oh, look at that. I missed all these dabs. Yeah, let's do some. This is actually kind of annoying me. Okay, so all these guys are innocent. Oh. So are these guys. Alright, then what is it? Is it just the noise? Oh, wow. I don't know if you hear it in the stream. I kind of hope it gets filtered out, but I hear this noise, and it's saying it's not coming from here. We can actually mute these channels. I forgot. Oh, god damn it, it's the same problem as before. Ah, fooled again. So, there's a fucking HDMI cable, and it runs behind this bass guitar. There we go. And the pickup, which I leave on, because it's easier to play bass if you don't have to. It was picking up the data going through it, which makes this high-pitched whine. Not the good kind of whine, the bad kind. Anyways, well, cool. Let's see here. So works this. right, let's get these dabs into the finish pile. That's one dab down. One more to go. You know, I keep thinking about it. I really should try to make more VCV rack content, you know, like how-tos, like informational, instructional, and basically just use it to explain this stuff. Because, whoa, guys, get ready because things are about to get heavy. Jump up because we're about to bump up, and get down because there ain't no clown in this here town. We got Chawa coming in with that piping hot. Don't stop, silly bop. Oh my God, freaking hot. Ray! Let's fucking go. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Chawo. Am I saying that name right? I feel like I'm fubbing it up pretty good, but the important thing is that I did it live on camera. That's the big thing that people are really into. Pull your channel up here. Guys, there's the link for the follow-ins so that you can make the follow-ins your follow-ins. Then you'll have a perfect following of followings. Let me see here. Do I get some videos here? Music. Noise Monday, Squizfest, Hexfest. Why am I not already following you? That's weird. Must be a glitch in the system. It happens. Sometimes I question it myself. Human being, artist, gamer, dad, photographer, musician. I love it. Oh, this is fantastic. Oh, mate, I'm so glad we found each other. Let's go. You probably already... I'm the one that's forgetful. Oh, here, I'm gonna sit back down. I've been standing a lot lately. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. How was the stream? What were y'all up to? It says music. Anything in particular? Any goals? Anything accomplished? Any juice let loose, as they would say, if they could say it? If only. Let's see. Child, thanks for the music. I'm asleep. Beautiful music. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Well, welcome in, Raiders, and welcome. And we are, if you've never been to the stream before, we're a DIY electronics focused channel. We effectively try to get people into soldering. That's the goal. We mostly do audio equipment, and we focus a lot on Eurorack stuff and build a lot of Eurorack module related stuff. I wonder if this thing's going to take off. If I have to get up and turn it down, I will, but I think we basically spent the last week of the month here in Jamtown working on all this, or playing on all the stuff that we built, making sure it works properly and jams. We've been working on a new project that's kind of a big undertaking. We're calling it, we call this all Jamtown, but I have another case that's 6U or 6 space, 6U is confusing, but 12U is more confusing. But it's, or is it? Yeah, 12. It's 6 of these racks, but it's 104. And the plan is to fill it with nothing but modules from this one producer called Nonlinear Circuits. They specialize in really unique modules that utilize things like nature and chaos and so forth like that. They're very unusual, but you can. That's why I'm into this whole electronic stuff, is for the unusual, so it works out just great. The unit here these are the modules that we built in the last month, or last month and a half. Quite a bit, but we were going like full speed ahead. We had the gas pressed hard, and we were able to bust out all these modules here. Right now, there's quite a bit, like there's a lot of the sound effects are coming from here like that. There's a sample and hold. You can hear on one sound, it's actually going into 2 channels on our mixer up above. So we're running the same sound through 2 filters. That horn, that is this guy, the Fourier. That thing is really, that's going to take a while to explain, but it's being modulated heavily by this guy called Let's Splosh, which takes voltages and multiplies and divides them to get all these weird little modulations. If you feed it a bunch of slow moving stuff, you get some pretty cool stuff coming out of it. You can't see the LEDs, but they're beautiful. There's that. There's other stuff going on too. It's kind of a thick weeds here where we got going on. We have several different filters here. One we're not using as a filter, we're actually using the oscillating part of it. But we do have the Sirius filter here, which is like an ARP style filter. I think it's the same one that's in the 2600. And then we have, where is it? This guy here, the FK1T. I'm pretty sure it's just a profanity. I think it's just fuck it. And then, and this one is currently my new favorite right now. It's called Resonate. It's basically the resonator from the Korg 300, I guess. I think that was the model. Either way, it's a really cool, unique filter where you have 3 filters that can be modulated together independently. And they're all little bell curves, band passes. But this one has 1 extra one, so we actually have 4 of these band passes, and it's really fun. You can stack them together to make it really a sharp, tall, nasty one, or you can group them into weird groupings, or you can try to space them out. When you put an LFO on it, it's a really cool effect, because as it slides, you'll hear each one of them, and it sounds like a delay effect. You'll be like, meow, meow, meow. It'll do that. Really, and it has a really nasty sound, and it's all Vactral based, which I'm starting to remember. I really, really love Vactral based filters. other than that, it's a bunch of craziness and chaos. So it's, I don't know. But as it goes for when we're in the lab working on stuff, doing any soldering or building, if you have questions, you're curious about anything that we're doing here, why this is this way, what's that, what does that do? Even if you think it's a question that gets asked a lot, please ask, because it actually doesn't get asked a lot. And even if there is some semblance, I need practice on answering said question. We've got, I don't know, I think about let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 voices going right now. So that and a voice is going to be like a synth driven by something. So it's going to be its own tone, its own timbre, its own thing. Like that horn thing, it actually has notes driving it, but it just keeps seeming to be the same fucking note. I don't know what that's about. Oh. No, I still don't know. And but there's 9 of those, and then there's a drum. There's 2 drums here. We have a little drum that we built from this Mutable Instruments module version of a oh, where's the kick? Put a little verb on that, make it sound fancy. Fancy and perfect. And that's basically it. And then we have our drum machine over here. This is called the Nava. I don't know if you can really see it because I'm in the way. It's a 1-to-1 clone of the 909, and I honestly need to do a little bit more research, but as far as I'm concerned, everything that I've pitted it against that's a 909 clone, it destroys. It absolutely destroys. It is weird. It's a line level too. It's not even like modular level. I have to turn it way the hell down. It's so freaking juicy. It's insane. I don't know why. I kind of just am like, sounds good. Let's just move on. Let's not make a big deal about it. But it does sound fantastical. I'll give you a quick little. Got the classic snare. It's good stuff. Good times. Really good times. And I guess that's everybody. That's kind of the full roll call. All of this is pretty much DIY. There's a couple of, there's a Neutron and a Model D. That's obviously, I bought that at the store. There's some 2 HP modules in here. I bought those. But that's about it. And most of the stuff that I ever bought was honestly to build a little live rig. So I was kind of just like skipping ahead so I could just have like a live setup. But I don't even do live stuff anymore, so waste of time. But anyways, that's my story. Nice. Well, thanks so much for coming in and rating. Super appreciate it. We should, I feel like we just finished jamming not too long. We did like a big old bass thingy. It was actually pretty sweet. I don't know, we could maybe recapture it. We could try shifting things around. What was nice was we were landing like on the downbeat perfectly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. That's crazy. So if I were to move the 6 around, I could get more. I'm gonna trade this son of a bitch out. This thing is stupid as fuck. Fucking fuck. that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can do, let's change the notes. Yes. So a totally different song now. Here, let's put some notes in. We might have to tune this guy down a little bit. Can't remember which guy it's shared. Stand by. So where's this guy going? Where the fuck are you going, you son of a biscuit? Oh yeah, I knew that one. What about dude, I have no clue. Alright. That sucker's fixed.
care, Joe.
Thank you. That was my rendition of the Rolling Stones' Sympathy for the Devil. Join me for more classic afterward jams. No, that went well. I think that was a good jam, especially since I didn't rehearse. I didn't. Well, I was supposed to come to rehearsal, but I kind of like fell asleep, you know, and my couch was super comfy, so ZZZ. Synthcat, the lead percussion synth, have a rival console kind of drive. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Like, well, there's a couple of clones of the of the 909 out there that are supposed to be really good. Some of them are very expensive to build, so I don't know about that. But there are some commercial ones that aren't that expensive, and you can do a Pepsi challenge. That'd be fun. Oh my gosh. There we go. So we got I don't know how many jams that is so far. That's at least our quota. There's something quota. How long was our stream? Three and a half hours. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I'm gonna do my best to try to go extra long today, since it's the last day of Jamtown, and it's Saturday, so people can stay up later. Most people. Some people can't, but you know. That's what VODs are for. Then, but yeah, that's kind of the goal, the plan. We'll see. It is stupidly warm in here, and I'm trying this time not to like freeze the house down. Earlier it was really cold in the rest of the house. Still hot as shit in here. Had the fan going at full power. Still didn't do shit. I was just like, never gonna win. Never gonna win. Gotta get like another air conditioner in here. That's the only way to win. That or I move. And I really, this isn't a good time. So to get these drones is kind of fun because you can, they're just the different stages of the sequencer, and the clock to it has stopped, but the clock to the quarter main is still going because the clock multiplier has this really awesome feature where it just goes until it gets a new clock signal. Some might dislike that. I find it ridiculously useful for a situation such as this. So once it gets clock, it'll start chugging along and doing its, you know, blah, 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 blah. But right now, it's just doing whatever the last time was. Just so, oh man, I love it. So cool. And it's running the sample and hold, and it doesn't need to be dead on. I think it's just doing 1-to-1 anyways. But the 4MS clock multiplier, I forget what it's called. Is it a rotating clock multiplier? RCM, yeah. That's a good module. I was bringing that up not too long ago. Those are great little modules to get and build if you're starting out in the modular world. You'll always need a clock divider. If you want to get weird, get a clock multiplier. I mean, it's not weird, but there's not a lot of them, so do with that knowledge as you will. But the divider, you always need a clock divider out of the box, it's really fun, but if you get the little expansion, which is just literally wiring up switches, and there's no board or anything on it, it's got a ton of utility and functionality. Hey, Mr. X, why do you not like? So, well, it's not so much I don't know. Shitwolf came up with a good idea, so we should give it a try, but I was a little disappointed. It's like, as far as I can tell, completely random. And I thought there would be more patterns, you know? But it's just like totally a random gate. And you can't even get it to like shuffle it to where it lands on like a downbeat or anything like that. So it's just not, I would say, I was going to get it for Jamtown, but now I'm like, I don't know if that's going to solve Jamtown's problems. If anything, I kind of like the dumb trigger sequencers I was using before more now. But yeah, it's super random. And it might be operator error. I might need to do some stuff and learn some things to make it more repetitious. But yeah, right now it's kind of sucks. Yeah, now I haven't done that. It's a free going LFO, and I think you're definitely onto something, because I've thought the same thing. Like, well, maybe my source needs to be in time with the clock chunks so that it's like grabbing it in this kind of repetition of some sort. We could easily explore that with where is she? We'll do the wave runner. Let's use the wave runner. We'll use the clock, and yeah, we'll start the clock back up. That's fun. I don't remember this being like this before. I'm gonna let it get recorded for a second there. The cellular or the LFO needs a clock. Dude, am I out? I am. Just about out. Do I have a... Let's try. Let's try this out. We'll try the neutron, and we'll plug it into the automata ta ta ta. Okay, that sounds cool. we gotta do some maintenance. Alright. So what's... Make sure I'm hearing this right. Yeah. Something... It's frozen or something. And when I try to get out of the menu... How did that work? Alright, I fixed it. That was weird. I don't know what the fuck I did. Oh, man. So that kind of works. I mean, I call that song Tear Your Ass a New One. Parentheses. Chocolate Thunder Mix. Close parentheses. Dude. Mates. This thing is crazy. Look how many galaxies it's touched. How many star systems it's cradled in its bosom. How many bosoms it's cradled in its star field. Bosom. booze. We're gonna put this in slow mode. Oh my god. Oh man, there we go. Alright. Little teeny tiny break. You'll know how the breaks are. Ooh, I have a pickle break. I haven't had a pickle break in a while. I've been cheating and having oatmeal cream pie breaks, which aren't as healthy as pickles, but are very delicious. So it's been a real crisis of conscience. Baby, will you show me how to order coffee from the barista? I don't know. Don't make fun of me. I just don't know how to order coffee from the barista. Yeah, that's not a good song. Thought it'd be a good song. Just took a nosedive. Yeah, maybe I should have a quick pickle break. Instead of oatmeal cream pies, I have a cookie pickle. Let's do that. It will increase productivity and sharpen the mind. Plus, I bought a whole bunch of more pickles when I went to the store last, so I've got like basically a pickle plethora. Let's see. Have I think I killed. Yeah. Oh wait, these guys are still here. Are they? Oh, there's like 2 spears left. We'll kill this can, and then we'll. I don't know. We'll do something. Both puny, but considering all the oatmeal cream pies I ate instead of pickle spears, it's probably for the best. Learn nutrition the hard way. Like 3 the hard way. So much more. I'll turn this fan up just a tick. Fantastic! We need a pickle counter. Jesus Christ. The stream will just turn into like, it'll look like a speed run. There'll be like all this shit up at the top. Like dab counter, pickle counter. There'll be like a timer from last dab. I might look up speed run overlay programs. That actually might be kind of worth it. That would actually be really funny. We could, oh my God. I love this idea. I hope I have time to do this. It's a little bit of work, but it's not like a ton of work. So I think I could bust it out in an evening. But check it. What if I how to wash my hands? What if we put like, yeah, just like that. Like throw up an overlay along the top here. It'll push it'll push down, so it'll be more widescreen, more cinematic. And then at the top we could put like, I can maybe get rid of this banner. The banner's kind of dumb. I'm kind of tired of it. Yeah, we could put like, we could also put like stuff that actually matters, like new follower and subs and bits and stuff like that. We could put those things in there as well. But like a speedrun timer for dabs, and then another timer for like, if we were doing a repair, it would be like, oh my God, I'm kind of roasting myself, but I mean, whatever, man. What if we had a timer? Oh, look at that. Timbo with 100 builds. Dab speedrun. I'm always game. So, what if we had a counter that was like time spent working or troubleshooting or building or whatever, and then we had another timer that was time spent talking and not working? We could have like two different timers, but I wouldn't be able to be very good at like keeping track of it. It would be a very highly, you know, chat interactive thing for it to work right. For people to like go, oh man, he's talking, switch it over. And then the timer like stops the working one and just goes on to story. I don't know what we could call it. Gum flapping mode. The dab to pickle rate. Yeah, and we could have pickle counts. Yeah, there's some actually good ideas here. It might be funny. It might be a nice refreshing for the stream too. Stream could use a little coat of paint, a little spit shine. %, dabbing, 0% working. Yeah, there you go. That's pretty accurate. Either way, I could, yeah, I might look into that. I could build some buttons for me to like change it. Oh my, are you telling me to dab or? Jesus. Before I get in trouble? All right, I got it heated up. It's going, it's ready. We just gotta dooby-doo. Man, I got like a weird feeling between my teeth. How's your weekend going? It's pretty good, mate. So far, so good. I'm just happy. I've had this project that I've been working on for quite a number of forevers, and I have a break from it because I sent to go get it fabricated this weekend. It's done. Last weekend, it's done, and it's on its way over here. So I think I get it like Friday. So I have until like next Friday to like either get some work done. I kind of did get some other work done, but I'm not happy with it. Either way, yeah, I should have put that up. I just didn't. Or just freaking relax because I'm about to start up freelance season. So, kind of sucks. And I'm not even going anywhere interesting for any of these gigs out of town. Let's see, I'm going to California. It's someplace like I'm flying to LA, but anyways. And then I've got another one in California again. And then one in Chicago. That'll be nice. I haven't been to Chicago in a while. I'll go play some pins there. That'll be a good trip. That's at the end of October. I fly back the day before Halloween. And then I'm pretty much done. I have like a little gig in December. And I think I have like a little tiny thing to do in November, but I don't think it overlaps with the stream, so yeah, looking forward to it. This that's one of the reasons, like a lot of people, everyone's all hyped up and psyched for KnobCon, but I had to bow out this year because of this project that I'm working on that I'm taking a break from because it's getting produced. But next year I will definitely be at KnobCon, and I think I'm just gonna go forever. I don't really see a reason not to go anymore. I just had to shore up some finances. And then I promptly burned all that money on the Modular, but whatever, man. I didn't, well, not all of it, but most of it. But, what was my point? Something about rabbits. Oh yeah, dabs. I'm thinking really hard about going out and playing a little pinball tonight. I don't know. I want to go play a little bit. The place that I'd go to, though, there's two places that I really, really want to go. One has terrible hours. Because it's only open on the weekends, and it's only open for 4 hours. But it's a really good deal. I could maybe even do both, but I don't know. Seems weird. But, I don't know. Speaking of pinball, I have a project we need to do. I've just been lazy about it. I need to get on my butt and just go shopping, but I have a coin door mechanism, the lockout mechanism so when the game starts, it locks out. So if you put another coin in, it just throws it in the coin return. That whole thing's busted. Like the solenoid's screwed up and it's just hot. And as far as I can tell, it's just always being energized. So I think it's screwed up. I don't think the logic's screwed up. I think the solenoid itself is just shorted. And that's causing the tilt issue within the machine. So the plan that I had was to just try to see if I could find a cheap replacement for all that, as much of the parts as I can, There's some stuff missing completely. I'm like, oh, there's supposed to be like a little arm that moves here. Where the fuck did that go? The person before disabled it, but I don't. You know, now it's it won't work for. Or it won't register a tilt. And when you do the diagnostics, it says the tilt switch is closed, but it's not. And I mean, I've even disconnected the tilt, and it still shows that it's closed. So I believe it's another part of the system that registers under the tilt circuit. You know what I never did try though, was disconnecting the IOs complete. Although, you know, it won't be able to make it. Maybe it would. I don't know, it's something to try, but I know that coin door's screwing things up, and I bet if I dug around hard enough, I'd confirm what I think, which is that those things are related. The tilt bobber. It's cool that the machine still plays even though the tilt's enabled, so that's nice. But I think it has like, when it boots up, it does like this little post test, and you just see it by this LED flashing. And I think it's supposed to flash like 7 times, but it only flashes 6. So I'm wondering if it's like, oh well, we'll just omit that input sensor or something like that. I don't know. It's weird, like a lot of the crazy stuff that people do to old pinball machines just drive. There's still this one machine, I can't even play it. It's like a wide game, like a real popular one, well, between my Dowie and myself and Mr. X2, I believe, is this game called Paragon. And it's a pinball game that's really wide. It's much wider than the regular ones. And it's got some really crazy features like double flippers. There's 2 flippers, and if you when you hit it, they both open up, but if you let it go, they go straight. Of course, this top one, you can cradle it, but the bottom one, if you cradle it, it dumps it into the drain. And then also on like the left side of the playfield on the outlane sort of area, there's a pop bumper and then a drain spot there too. It's really wild game. It has a lot of challenge and a lot of luck and gamble, you know. There's a lot of luck involved in it, so it's kind of a fun game. But there's this other one, I think it's called Big Game, I think is the name of it, and it's the same thing, but they they messed it up so much. They put like little stoppers so that on the bottom flippers wouldn't, but the other flippers, they're so powerful, they ripped it to shreds. So you can see where it's broken. You can see chunks of metal. I can't believe it's like active. I'm like, you guys should take that piece of shit out and like really vacuum the hell out of the playfield and clean it up as best as you can, because there's like bits of debris and crap. I don't know. Whatever, man. It's weird because it's like a place I really admire, and that's like the most fucked up. I don't know why they would let that on the floor, but whatever, man, whatever. They also had a really beat to fuck Centaur on the floor too, and I was that's where I found Centaur and I loved it, but I ended up really loving it when I played the actual game that worked, because theirs was pretty janky, and the table was, and it's kind of endearing. Some people like it, so I get it, but the table was so beat that the ball would not come down straight. It would hit one of the divots and warp and change, which honestly, at the time, and this was early in my pinball love, I didn't really give a shit. I was like, that's cool with me, man. Now I'm like, oh, a little, Playing Paragon is like driving a 70s Cadillac, beat the fuck out of Centaur with my nickname in college. No, it was really rough. It was just really rough. It needs a new playfield. which is something that they do in pinball. They do complete playfield replacements, complete plastics replacements. I mean, it's a possibility, but man, I was looking into it more. I just don't. People say there's a lot of money in pinball, but I'm just like, what is a lot of money to you? Because I'm not really figuring out these hourly rates to be worth it. There's more money in other stuff. Sadly, I have to head out to have a great stream, and thanks for the Super Guile Jamtown stream and the time. Mate, thank you so very much for being the Super Guile guy yourself. Guys, if you are not familiar with our buddy Mr. X, he does jams. He's got a massive setup here. There we go. Has jams on them internets, on Bandcamps, and you know, the streaming services, all that stuff. You definitely want to check them out, get them into your rotation if that is the music that you seek. Anyways. It's weird, the shifts. What if let me try something here. I'm going to shift it from a 7 to a 5. I want to see if that changes things. We'll keep chatting because it's going to take a while for it to plop in there. Yeah, man. Really miss good pinball. So I don't know. I might go out and play some pinball tonight. We'll see. Mrs. Seriously has to work the next day, so it's always kind of hard to do that because I don't want to be out while she's gotta get to bed. So I don't know. Maybe I'll postpone that. We'll see. Yeah. Where are we at here? 4:24. Gosh. Slacking. You know, I kind of like this light space music. What if we were to try to do that? So, peep this, as they would say, back in the 9 days. Oh man, I'm gonna break this. Do some impromptu cleaning. So the tempo's low. Slow and low. That is the tempo. It's Beastie Boys settings. But goddamn, I can feel the stupid heat from the stupid window. Stupid asshole window. What are we at? Oh, it went. There it goes. So, oh, it's gonna hop between it. 90 and then 89.9. For everybody that doesn't use freedom units, that's 32.2. See? So yeah, it's a little warm. Man, it's warmer than usual. I'm actually doing better though than I did Thursday, so I don't get that one. I don't know what's going on. You know, though, we're only 4.5 hours in. Give me like probably another hour 2 hours, and then I'm gonna be like, this sucks. I gotta turn the air conditioner down more. I gotta turn that fan on full blast. What's funny is I have a ceiling fan, but I think it actually makes it hotter in here because the ceiling's really warm, and because the insulation sucks, and so it just kind of like acts like a really okay heater. For me, it's vintage temperature. Welcome in, mate. Welcome in, vintage temperature. I like that a lot. How are you doing? How's your weekend going? We're doing the Jamtown thing. It's the last day of Jamtown. It's probably going to be for a little bit because I think September is I'm going to be a little bit busy. We'll have the first couple of weeks. So there'll be a little bit of time towards the end, but then I have like a whole run at the end of the week where I'll be working. So I really won't have time to stream or anything like that. But once I'm back, I think I'll have a little bit of time, and then October's really busy. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit before we get an opportunity to really hang here in Jamtown for a bit. Probably, I'm thinking, you know what, actually, okay, sorry, this all came to me at once. I've been thinking about doing some streams that are focused on like these modules, or like a group of modules, or maybe a varying different types of synthesis, and either like kind of popping them in and to stream, and if we we get it all kind of figured out and we're bored or whatever, we can go on to do other stuff. But I'm wondering how I'm wondering the usefulness, like how good of an idea that is. Like, is that a good idea? And I'm like, yeah, I think it'd be fun. We could at least give it a try, and if it sucks, we'll just yeet it, we'll just send it into space with Timothy Leary and Hunter S. Thompson. But it's got a long ways to catch up, so we gotta act fast if we're going to try to meet that timer. They've already got like 10 years or so gap. I also, you know what? That's definitely what's going to happen, because I need to mod this. I need to mod Jamtown. So if it comes down if it's not working for like a month or so, that'll be fine. We'll have ways. Yeah. Okay. Silver lining from this whole thing. Because what I need to do is raise this thing up just like a little bit, like really a fist bump up. It's not that much. It would be nicer to go a little bit higher, but I'm almost cool with like just a bit, like, I don't know. Just so it was as high, the bottom was as high as this, I think would be cool. And that way I could access the bottom on all of these. I can do it here, but I already see the issue with it. I'm planning on taking the TKB and putting it in that place. These are all going to go into a different case, but I have to get a power supply for that. But that's not a big deal. That's going to be an easier one to get than the one I have, which is not so easy to find. So winner, chicken dinner. I am the world's ultimate sinner. Stupid as hell. But that's going to give us some room. There we go. I had to tune it there a little bit on the fly. Oh. Rudy, thank you. It's a little Jack Nicholson, I think. He was the Joker. Now, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So we'll gain 2 bays, which isn't enough, believe it or not. Even if we took this out, there's a pile on this table over here of nothing but Eurorack modules. There's like a stack. It's a little bit offensive. That's why I don't think I can technically show it on the internet because it would rage people. And but they I can put them in here, but I need more room. I have a couple of goodies. I have a new panel for this guy, and it'll be all black. If everything works out, it should be perfecto. We'll see. Fingers crossed. But I'm thinking a lot about reducing my frac rack footprint. But I do want to build a couple of new frac rack modules, so I'm kind of like stuck between it. But you know, if I wanted to, I guess I could bring them back, or I have been thinking about getting another one of these cases and seeing if I could get like a 9U or something, so I could put 3 in there, and that would. But I'm gonna have it raised up, so it may be I don't want to embarrass myself. I'm not a very tall guy, so I don't really want to remind myself that. I already did that to my kitchen by mistake when I redesigned the kitchen. I made it for tall people. Didn't realize that. I mean, I kind of knew it was going to happen, and I mapped it out as best I could, but the reality was a step stool. Oh, yeah, you've never heard that. Yeah, so all the alert sounds go through a Line 6 DL4 delay pedal. We used to have it go through, pardon me. We used to have it go through a, what was it? The Boss, it was a Space Echo clone. It was like, I think the RE200 or 202 or something like that. I can't remember. They have a new one that came out not too long ago, but it had this really crazy tape echo effect that I've never seen anything else. And every time I tell the story, I'm like, Sid, you should just get really drunk and buy one night. You can't do anything about it. You already put it through. Sweetwater guy already called you, and you were already loaded, and you're like, yeah, man, put it on the car, man. I'm good. Oh, are you okay there, Sid? I don't need you telling me this shit, man. I just want you to give me the stuff. I'm pretty bloated when I'm in this hypothetical drunken situation. Like, woo. But, so anyways, it has a, dude, there's some funny synths that just, yeah. So it has this tape echo. I thought it would. I didn't know how it worked. It's actually all DSP based, and it would fade. It would be just like ours. It would last like a really long time, but it would eventually crescendo out, and it'd be gone. And then like 5, 10, 15, 20. I don't know. 30 maybe minutes come by. It could be any length of those times. It's just perfectly freaking random. It starts to come back, and it decrescendos like really loud. And at this is like years ago. I really have fought to buy one. I would get up to reach it to turn it off because I'm like, oh crap, and then it would start to like go back down like by the time I'd stood up, and it was like it was new. It was so wild. such a crazy effect. And it would just do this randomly, as far as I could tell. You just had to put it on this perfect feedback that it wouldn't be infinite. It was like you'd go to infinite and then you'd take it like just a notch back, and then you'd play it and it would go blom 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 blom, and it would slowly kill out, and you're like, all right, perfect. And then you just wait, and then it went blom blom blom, and it wasn't every time too. It was totally random when it would do that. I could not find any like pattern in it. So, man, I really got to look those things up. Where's my... We'll just ask... well, I don't even remember what it's called, actually. And this isn't really one of those streams where we could do that, but... Let me see. Boss... Space... Echo. It's the RE202. And... Yeah, I was afraid of that. So I got to spend, like... 80 more bucks than it... Yeah, because the newer one's cheaper... But I don't know if I want that. Because I don't know if it does the same thing as the 202. Oh, they did change the 202. Oh. Well, maybe I'll just get one of these other 202s here. Hmm. Or wait, maybe that's not it. Alright, well, whatever the case may be, I learned the most important part, which is that it's still about $300. Which is a real annoying thing to pay for delay. Should I see much juggling in the near future? Yeah, well, if since I'm going to be down, it's going to be a little bit before we have Jamtown again. I'll put the new power supply in there. I'll rerun the buses. I need to buy some more buses. Oh, Greg, and more money. I can't wait. But I'm going to run multiple buses behind these panels. And one will be... I'll color code it some way. I don't know what. I'll like run on it with a Sharpie or something stupid. You know what? I could just, well, I don't have that crimp. I'll look into it. But either way, it's going to get color coded in some way so that I know that one is the digital power supply, which is going to be the one with the 5 volt that none of my shit uses, unfortunately. And then the other one will be the old one, and it just will be normal, and it'll be the analog power. That way I'll have it all separated up. I like the sound of that word, frac rack. Feels like you can call it. So it's supposed to be fractional rack. I don't really know. It's the American version of Eurorack, sort of, is how you would want to think of it. There's several different modular formats and systems and so forth. Frac rack, it has a lot. It was really only supported by 2 companies, Paya Electronics out of Oklahoma, and now it's in Texas, and then the Blasset, which I think they were out of Nebraska or something like that, but Blasset, the I can't remember his first name, but whatever, Mr. Blasset himself, he passed away, and the SynthCube acquired the rights and everything, so they can still put stuff out, and the money goes to his estate, his family, or whatnot. But that was it. There was just those 2 companies. But I started DIYing because the format is really simple, and it has a lot in common with 500 series. If you're familiar with that, it's a studio effects chain format, because they're both 1.5 inches in width. They're both 3U high. Their mounting points are different, but that's about where it starts to shift out, because then there's the power is more in common with like larger systems like a Moog or .com or modem, MOTM. It's more similar to that because it's the same kind of connector, a big O 4-pin, 15 volt on either side. It's you can have what is it, 15 or a 10? I think it's 10. Yeah, you can have 10 spaces in here. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So you can have 10 modules in a rack, and I don't know. It's very easy to manage and deal with. When I decided, I was like, oh, I want to do modular. This sounds really cool. I looked at the systems that were out there, and Eurorack was a thing, but it was really just oh shoot, the German guy. Oh dude, totally forgetting the name. Dofer. Thank you, Ruti. I couldn't totally space in his name. So yeah, the only thing around was Dofer, and that was still really expensive. I didn't know where you could order it in the US or anything, so it just made sense to buy these cheap cases from Paya and Blasset, and then I DIY'd everything after that, like the power supply. I got that from a Power One, and then the all the modules I made were just Ken Stone modules, and I just wired them up. He doesn't have any, like the boards are just, there's points along the edge. There's no like point for jacks or anything, and it's actually, so the Ken Stone boards were designed to be in a 4U system that was like a modular format of Surge, and it's still kind of around. I thought really long and hard about doing it, but I was not going to use bananas because I like normal jacks, and bananas are really expensive too, and it just didn't make sense. But I liked the 4U, and you could set the board up against it, but all these frac racks, they're all mounted perpendicular to the board. So there's like just little 90-degree, little L brackets, and the board is mounted from those L brackets onto there. So they take up a lot of space, but it's actually kind of a nice, like cooling wise, if you give a crap kind of thing, because it's not crushed up against a board or anything. It's actually in the open, so it's getting the best thermal experience it could get. But it also makes them very untravel friendly versus Eurorack, where the boards are they're almost always this way. They're sandwiched on, where the jacks and the boards are one, or there's at least 2 layers. I don't think I have any multi-layers. They're all in the case right now, but you get the idea. But the thing that's nice about Frac Rack, and the reason I don't think I'm really gonna ever get rid of it out of here, is there's a bunch of modules for old systems that are only available for old systems. And some of them, like, I'm gonna have to verify I can still get schematics, because a lot of these old DIY things, they sell you the board, but you had to, at that point of sale, you had to request the schematics and everything, because that was the only way you're going to get them. I think you could probably email them and show the board or something like that, but they were like real tight-lipped about releasing it. They didn't want it out on the web, which I understand why they would feel that way, but I don't understand how that helps anything. Anyways, so there's a couple of boards like that. Or it might be a little bit tricky to find the schematics on, but they're super rare. And I've got like several of them in a build that I never did finish. There's like a Threeler from Ian Fritz that's made for big giant modem format, but we'll be able to fit it in Frac Rack. There's the Mankato, which I'm super interested in. It's similar in ways to the phage filter, but instead of being a quadrature oscillator, it's an octature oscillator. So in this instance, there's a sine wave, but they're all 45 degrees out of phase from each other. So you get some pretty weirdness with that, I would imagine. I don't know. I haven't found out yet. There's a couple of other ones I'm spacing right now. There's some Thomas Henry stuff that never really got pushed over to Eurorack. There is a guy named Phonotronic who did a lot of old DIY stuff, and his stuff is still around, but he did try to convert a couple of Thomas Henry things and EMS things. But either way, I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, the Frac Rack. Either way, I think I'm just gonna keep it, but I'm gonna. One idea I had was this one case over here is 2-in-1, and it has its own power supply. So I thought about like, what if I put all my Ken Stone modules in the same, in that one case, and then put it next to or on top of or something, with Space Station. So I have like more crazy Aussie modules. Crazy modules from down under. Like, if that would be cool or not. I think it would, but it would also give me a ton of space for Eurorack. And the final insane idea I have I can take all this stuff off the top of here. And so this is all standardized studio furniture. It has like a standardized depth and all this. And so one thing you can get, and you've probably seen it before, is you can get these like little studio rack furniture pieces where it comes up like about knee height or so. And then it goes 45-ish degrees, and those are your racks. And then it goes flat again, and then it's really deep. And the purpose for that is so that you could stack one of these racks on top of it. And it would take the weight and everything, and then you'd have like your row of gear and this nice little string that would eventually teeter out to 45. So I was thinking that upside down. So I would take that furniture and I would stack it on top of these things upside down. And then I would C-clamp the back or just bolt it the fuck in, I don't know, some way to secure it. Throw cinder blocks in the back of this thing to cantilever it, to keep it from tipping forward or anything like that. And do this when I'm done, and then I'd have it overhead. I like that one the most. Again, I'm kind of terrified that if I were to not raise it more, though, I would have to get a stepping stool, and I look like an asshole again. But these are all things that I think about that help me go to sleep at night. Just worry about how to make the modular easier to operate for all the more modules. It actually works. I get really tired thinking about it because it's so exhausting. And then I fall asleep. It's just that easy. What are we at, mates? I feel like I flabbered on for a minute. Maybe we should have some jammy jams. I don't know. Seems absurd sometimes to Make music in a music stream? Is there... Hate that board. I was kind of liking the lightness of it. That might work. Might be a little weird. That's okay. Oh my goodness. I also want to work on that project for the Music from Outer Space. I've gotten really close to actually trying to get it prepped. I've done a little bit of legwork, but nothing that's substantial, nothing that's real tangible for us to mess with. But I still have a little bit of time. This project I'm talking about, it's going to be do a little bit of housekeeping real quick. It's going to be it's a sequencer that's 16 channels. Jesus, this thing is, I think I might need to clean this. Let me do a dab cleaning. So it's a 16-step sequencer, and if you've ever used a step sequencer, you might have been annoyed like I am. That goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. You know, it's just real 16th notes all the damn time. Sorry, I'm cleaning this dab thing out. All right. Pardon me. Yeah, that thing's a little burning hot. The fug? It's like a bug. What kind of bug are you? Get the fuck out of here. I'll let you. Yeah, we could try changing the scale. I wonder if it would have... what kind of effect it would have on this jam. Yeah, I'm 100% on board with this speedrun idea. I have to not forget it. I should make like a note for myself. All right, one more. Screw here. Nice. All right. I'm gonna let that guy dry off. Guys, get ready because things are about to get heavy. Jump up because we're not going to grow up. Bump down because there ain't no other place in town. We got none other than Solid BPM coming in with that piping hot, won't stop, skiddly bop, oh my god, freaking drop. Hooray! Guys, let's go, let's go. Solid BPM, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. We got a double raid. With that final sweep, the secondary raid completes. I think that is the saying that they say in the other world. I'm not gonna do the voice again. I'll pass out. I'll take a big nap. Mates, let's fucking go. Guys, definitely go check out Solid BPM. I don't need to tell you. Their shit slaps. Slaps. There's a link on Twitch to check them out. But you can kind of figure it out from their name because it's in the name. It's pretty solid. Pretty solid system there. Mate, how was the stream? You did ambient? Oh my god, that is fantastic. We were about to step into some rather spacier territory. We have our system space station that we've been building, which is like a new modular rig that will run alongside Jamtown over in the corner of Disbelief. I'm just making these names up now as I go. But space station's a real name though. It's trademark. So we've got these modules here. Let me give you the blow up view here. All these white modules are from a company called Nonlinear Circuits. They're a bunch of Eurorack modules. They're super unique, and the designer tends to want to emulate nature and chaos and so forth. So there's a lot of modules here that do weird shit. I've got a few of them muted, but we can bring them all in. I was giving them a little bit of a break. Ah, the bees, yes. We've got the bee module. It just sounds like bees, angry bees. We put it through a sample and hold and on a filter, and now it's fantastic. It sounds like Happy Bees, which is a great show from the 70s and 80s with Henry Winkler. We're also running this guy. I don't know if you can see him. He's kind of bird. There we go. So that is the cellular automata. You feed it a signal and it goes through a bunch of AND gates and like splits into these crazy patterns. And each one of these cells represents a gate. So you can plug something in. There's a little matrix of the same thing and get said gate. Other than that, I mean, it's kind of, you know, some oldies and goldies here. You've got like a bunch of filters. There's this filter is based off of an ARP. There's a filter over here based off of I forgot. And then this one is based off the Korg resonator. This one's 4 instead of 3, which is actually really sick. I'm totally down with 4. At first I said it shouldn't be done, and now I'm eating my hat and my words. But let me tell you, with enough ranch, it's delicious and very fattening because it's so much ranch. Does gases liquids too? Yes. Off-road, on-road, side-by-side, or in the kitchen. Never fails. Never fails. What are we talking about, though? I forgot. Bees. Oh my god. Yeah. Whole bee module. It's just a bunch of angry bees. It's weird. I don't know why or what, but it is what it is, man. What are you gonna do against a module that you built that just sounds like a bunch of bees? Possibly relabel it with a label maker. You have to get a new one, though. Not looking forward to that. Mate, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for rating. If you've never been to the channel before, welcome in. We are typically an electronics channel. We try to get people into soldering, into making, into building. Nearly all of this is DIY. We were talking a little bit about it before you guys came in, that there's 2 different systems in here. Soon to be 3, I guess, now, but we're going to split it up until we figure out the meaning of life. Man, the thing sounds sick. What was it talking about? Oh, yeah. The Jamtown, we did some insta and some blum blum. We might touch a little insta a little bit there. Might need a little bit of rhythm to push us through the night. But we managed to have it. We counted it out. We have 9 voices going right now. We got some extra drummage. And we got that. That guy. So much fun at parties. Sounds angry. So this, that sample and hold sound is this module called the Helvetica Scenario. And it's a dual sample and hold, but it has some really cool output features. And one of them that we're hearing right now is the smooth, which applies a slew to the stages. So instead of that really harsh, you know, almost square wave movement, you get a little bit more of a step move. Oh man, there's like this, it's like this little spider running around on the wood. That was weird. He did not like what we were doing. Shouldn't have. Whatever he did. Let's sweeten this up a little bit. Oh, it is pretty sweet. We're gonna change the notes here. We're gonna change our key. Still got that guitar feedback sound. I thought the guitar thing was gonna come back. I was gonna be like, okay, enough of this. I was being silly there. I don't know how to play the bass. Never played in my life. Oh my gosh. What do we got right now? Hey, it's cooled off a little bit. It's only 89.8 now Fahrenheit. For Freedom Unit users, that's 32.1 C. We dropped from 0.2 to 0.1. It's way cooler. I'm actually a little cold. I might have to get a jacket. Just I don't want to get sick from getting all the way down to 32.1 C or 89 degrees Fahrenheit. I've heard that happen. I heard it's a real danger for some people. Not sure who those people are though. Oh man. Now it's time for my stand-up bits. No. While I sit down. That was actually funny. I'm gonna have to write that down. That's a good joke. I use that in my sit-down stand-up. Oh man, actually it feels really good to sit. Well, I hope you guys like that. That was some spacey jams. I'm trying to be a little ambient with the previous raid there. that's how you get me to shut up. You just let the battery run out on me. And there's no more. Oh, hey, well, I'm over here. I'm gonna load up Mr. Dabulous. Let me put a little bit extra in there. It just doesn't feel like a lot. I want to put a lot. All right. That. It's just about perfect. So we still got it set to ambience. Oh shit, I just really whacked the crap out of that one. Hold up. I kind of fixed it. Let's see. Works for me. Oh my gosh. Alright. Although, it needs to be a little lower, doesn't it? Whatever, man. I'm not gonna fuck with it right now. I am sore as one can get. From all that standing. And then I want to go play pinball, and that's like a lot more standing. And like the floors are concrete there. These floors are pretty concrete too, but there's a... Oh, you know what? I do wear sneakers there. I don't wear sneakers in my house, so maybe that'll help. I don't know. I might just wait on the pinball. I did remember that Mrs. Heresy would be a little bit annoyed. Oh, man. Maybe I'll go on like a Monday or something. So, I forgot what I was going to say. I had an idea, and then the jam kind of came in, and I was like, I kind of like this. You know, so a lot of this, nearly all of it, is being produced by, well, okay, not all of it, but we certainly, so we have the cellular automata running the neutron and the D, which are kind of the bedrock of the jam stuff. So it seems to work. I think Mr. X was right. You want to send it a clock that's, or you want to send it something that's in time with your stuff. If you want it to have any kind of, you know, musical not randomness. Digging the funky sequence you make. Yeah, it's so we've got here, we'll do it. Here, I'm gonna. So that, all those note-ons are the automata. Then we can bring these guys in. Those notes are randomish. Guys, get ready because things are about to get heavy. Jump up and get down because there ain't no one else in town. Yeah, because we're about to get fucked up because we got none other than Hayes Anderson coming in with that piping hot, won't stop, skilly bop, oh my god, free bit blop. Ray! Let's go, guys. We got Hayes Anderson in the Hayes house. Ed Hayes. There we go. Guys, if you're not familiar with Hayes Anderson from Chat Times, you definitely want to go check out their channel, give them a follow, experience all that is awesome. Mate, how was your stream? What were you up to today? I think you might have mentioned something about it earlier, but you know how I am with remembering stuff. It's kind of hit or miss. Mostly miss. Lots of missing. Oh, so much missing. Like, oh, that poor boy. He must be missed. I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit so we get a little bit more of the chat in here. There. Got another successful repair. It was kind of hard though. Had to get medieval on it. Oh, what were you working on? Replaced a slider pot in the EHX graphic fuzz pedal. Oh yeah. Which is not a fuzz and overdrive. Right. Interesting. Huh. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Thanks for the raid, Hayes. We're here, of course, in Jamtown. Never been to Jamtown before. Is where we hang out at the end of the month, where we test all the stuff that we built here on the channel. We just did a bunch of like spacey ambient bits that felt really good. I liked them. Many of the titles were extremely, extremely controversial and extremely offensive. So I won't go over the titles again. It's definitely not because I don't remember them. It's just they're extremely offensive. So that's how I remember stuff. Just hard to get the PCB of this enclosure. Yeah. Yeah, sliders are a pain. Like if you have a solder vacuum, that was like the first time I ever used one, and that was like the one and only time I was like, these things are great, and then mine never really worked that great again. It was sad. I feel like it's my fault, but I blame the East Coast. I feel like they're at fault with their East Coastedliness. Always thinking they're so easterly. There's more. Way more. But I digress into a regressed, impressed chess piece. Make you wonder who designed pedal. Yeah. There's some weird designs, like stuff we've taken apart where I'm just like, what the fuck? Oh, did they really? Oh, that's really cool of them, Hayes. That's good to know that they're friendly about that. You don't have to have like a, you have to be a what is it? Certified repair service or whatever the fuck. You can kind of do that with what's it called? No, whoever owns Soundcraft and everything. I know it's Behringer, but it has another name. Music Tribe? Is that it? Whatever it is. They I've called them for parts, and the only thing is they were kind of weird, and I was like, I told them, I was like, they go, do you have a business? I go, yeah, and I gave them my company business name, because I'm a freelancer, But at one point, I just set up an LLC because it was just easier, and you know, the obvious protection. But I was like, oh yeah, it's my LLC, and I gave them that name, and they were like, but what do you do? And I'm like, I'm an audio engineer, and I'm fixing a mixer. Can I do that? Is that okay? And they're like, yeah, it's fine. And then I broke it worse. We need to fix that thing soon. I'm kind of sick of missing the one that it replaced. I have a feeling that one that I gave in exchange because I felt bad is probably, I'm going to have to buy another one or something. Ever try getting amp on an old Korg pedal? That's fun. I bet. Well, Korg is pretty tight-lipped about their stuff, if I recall. And there's a lot of people that will sell the information, which is kind of douchewagony. I have like a schematic for the Korg Z1, and it's a full... Oh, wait, I think I know what it is. It's a full schematic of the whole thing. But I had to buy it off of like some jerk on eBay, and but whatever, I have a printed copy. I guess that's worth something to me. And they're nice prints too. I will say that too. Like good quality. Yeah, I think that was my beverage delivery. Awesome. Where are we at on the stream? Almost tipping in at 6 hours. At least a few more to go. 2 or 3. It's still pretty hot, but I don't know, I'm doing all right. I went out walking last night, and it was like 93 or something, but it was nice. It wasn't too bad. Eventually, I started getting warm, but that was like after 30 minutes of walking, you know. Here, I'm stationary, but I'm here for hours, so... I'm not exactly sure how any of that makes sense. I'm kind of weirded out that it stopped making music. Little finger buttons, yeah. When I was on, I was looking at stuff on Love My Switches. Maybe that's gonna happen. When I was on Love My Switches, they had a, I've seen it before, but it's like a thing you can put over your knob, and it's like a little crank. And it's basically designed so that you can work it with your foot. So that it's like a little, I don't know, like a little T connection, and has like a little point at the end so you can hit it with the end of your shoe or whatever, and change that value. And I was like, that's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool idea. I 100% think it's hilariously stupid and awesome at the same time. I'm impressed and annoyed. But man, I like those pops, even though they're annoying. I know what they are too, but I'm just like, I think they're these bits like there's something moving really slow, and it's not putting voltage out or something. I don't know what it could be, or it's some sort of DC biasing flipping fucking thing.
Brand new!
Hey, what's up over there? We got none other than Where is it there? Asteroid Echoes. There it is. It took me a second. I have bad eyesight. Mate, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend. We're here in Jamtown. We're just taking a little bit of a break. We've been pumping a lot of jams out of this rude boy. It's actually working out pretty good. It was a little rough in the beginning, but once you push it over the hill and it gets rolling, then you can kick back, have a smoke, maybe a little drink, a little sip, nothing crazy. I should have camel. Wait, what? Camel cased it? I don't know what that is. Welcome in, either way. Even though I don't know what camel casing is. Is that like a you know, an adult thing? People do, adults do. Oh. Damn it. Alright, new term learned. Yeah, that's how I roll, but it is what it is, mate. I like the challenge, so no worries. So yeah, anybody that's just dropping in or maybe didn't hear me earlier before we did the jam, all of this, nearly all of this, like 98% of it is DIY. It's probably closer to 99 because there's a lot of shit here. But we made a bunch of new modules and we've been testing them out. They're for a whole new case, but we're putting them in this tiny case because we don't have the shit for the big case yet. Oh, that's right. I gotta remember to order it. Jazz reference. Yeah, I get it now. I feel dumb. I didn't get it the first time. But you know what? Me neither. I don't know either. I thought it would come to me, but I'm running out of time, so I just gave up. That's how you make a birthday cake. Join me for more cooking secrets with Sid. How often do you live jam? So the general rule is the last week of the month. The schedule right now, it's been messed around, but typically it's Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. And so when we do that last week, we just stay here in Jamtown and do the live jamming stuff. This upcoming next month or two, September and October, probably not going to be able to do Jamtown because I'm going to be out of town, but on the end of the week. But I was saying earlier that I think I might have, because I'm going to be a little bit spotted when I can come in to stream because I'll be working. It kind of rolls into the season. So when I do have a chance, I may just do a stream where we have like a little modular setup and maybe do some exploring, or maybe just do VCV rack and do some kind of, you know, tutorial learning, exploring, mucking about within it to kind of, you know, feed that gap that's going to be coming up. Because I looked at my schedule and I was like, oh man, both the end of the weeks I'm like working. So plan ahead. Solid. Take care, mate. Thanks again for the raid, and have a good rest of your night. Always looking for live jams to hang with. Cool. We mostly, when we're not, we're doing electronics builds. So we're usually in the lab making and building a lot of this stuff. Man, my mouth got really dry. And our whole focus is to try to get people into soldering and into making and building. It's super rewarding, and it's not that bad, not too difficult. Even outside of that, you know, I've been into synthesis for a long time and sound designing and making, so I know a little bit about that, so we can always kind of work around those parameters. And then like my day job, the stuff I'm going to be working this fall, I'm an audio engineer by trade, so I do like I do what's known as live events, but it's like conferences and conventions and meetings and things like that. Sometimes a little bit of production audio, but not as much as I would like. I like that stuff a lot. It's really fun. But nonetheless, I know a thing or two about sound and how it's made and how electronics work with it and all that stuff in between. But just a thing or two. I don't know much else beyond that. After 3 things, I'm fucking lost. I feel like that second bit is making sure they're perfect. Yeah, I've had a few of those where I'm like, oh good, and then I'm like, womp womp. Just super frustrating, especially after you spend so much time. Dude. I think I need another beverage. I think I killed this guy. There's a little bit left, but it might be smart to get extras. Oh man, the outside of this can is so cool. I love that thermos. It keeps my drinks nice and cool. And then I drink it without the thermos. These next few weeks, though, we'll still be here in the lab and everything, and we have a lot of repairs. Like I'm staring at a bunch of stuff. We've got to finish off the Roland XV5080. I always have a hard time with that model number. We also need to finish off the Motu 828. We have a Bafaco trolley to install in a case and build and install. And then we have a microphone. It's just an XLR jack, or not. It's not an XLR. It's like a 7-pin, but we need to repair it. And then I swear there's something else on the other side. Oh yeah, and then we have a bunch of 500 series stuff to work on, like a bunch that I've been putting off because I forgot about it a little bit because it just like became a headache, but I gotta deal with that headache. The client gave me another case to AB, so we can alleviate the case as being the issue, which would be really nice, especially for the holidays. Wait, what?
Wait, what? I love these cheap $20 Chinese guitar pedals. Just gut them and pop them behind the Euro Rock panel. You could do that. There's like I mean, the signal's going to be really, really hot all the time, so you're always going to get distortion unless you put like a 10K resistor in line. I think is what I found, like, that will put a pedal pretty close to line level. I think you have to dial it in. I think it's closer to 12 or something stupid, but either way, you have to put some sort of resistor in line there to cool its jets. But then most pedals, after the whole resistance impedance thing, it'll just go straight into like an op amp and then burp, 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 burp. So totally doable. I love sample and hold. I don't know what it is. It just sounds like a jazz. I call it the jazz module. It's like ooh. What if I could have like, maybe I could build a patch. It's just a bunch of jazz musicians. And then you could have them. Oh shit. Yeah. Well, could we do that patch now? Kind of. It'd be a little bit of work, but it might be fun. I don't know if we could do it today. Like, we'd have to rip a lot of stuff out. Like, pretty much start from scratch. And I kind of wanted to record this tonight. Get some classic afterward jams. But I'm thinking, what if you could set up a little rig so that you have like this sample and hold? Yeah, you could run it through a switch, and then it like cross modulates, or it's like the second CV or whatever. I don't know. There'd be some switching involved, but you could have the voice. You could have like 3 voices going. And they could all have solid sequences, so they're like down, 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 down. You know, it's doing just a simple climb or something. And maybe you have like another one that's doing like a counter melody, like. So yeah, those are 2 playing, and then you have this other thing in the middle that's maybe mimicking the top one, or maybe I don't know. Who cares? But either way, you take the switch and you enable it, and then it takes it out of that sequence and sends it sample and hold. Or, hold on, what if it just mixed sample and hold in with the root note? Like, it just sent it into the input on the sample and hold. Oh yeah, so you could have that, but you could have, you could have it track. You could run it through a scaler afterwards, so it'll stay in chromatic scale or whatever the scale you're gonna do. Dude, that would be sick. I think it's doable. That would be kind of cool. I am going to make sure I don't forget this. Kelton! Welcome in, mate. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. We're kicking it here. Last days of Jamtown. Last day of Jamtown. Jamtown Day. We are, I think I could do it. I have the stuff. I have enough sequential switches and just regular switches, you know, so I could swap between it. But yeah, it's like, I think, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to build it in VCV. Although it's going to kind of, well, maybe it won't suck. Maybe I can build it so it doesn't suck. Either way, I need to find a saxophone module. Saxophone and an upright bass module. And a guitar module. I need all these modules. The Brinta module you posted in Discord has a dope panel. Yeah. The front panel's really beautiful. What really took me aback was the really high detailed monochrome print on the back that was like, I think it was photoed. I think it was photo quality kind of print. That, oh, so that's 2 ounce. You know, I haven't done that on panels yet. I should consider that. Make it sexier. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, Booze. I could just run the bass notes through the sample and hold, and then it'll. Or would it be better to feed it with some LFO love too? I don't know. Either way, it's definitely something that would be slightly easier to build in VCV. So we'll have to do that on one of those days. But that would be kind of neat. That'd be really neat. Prove my point about it being a jazz module, and then I could win that argument I had with that guy at the bar. Stupid asshole. Yeah, whatever, man. Whatever. Alright. I must trade up my beverage here. Oh shit, it is still warm in this house. Oh wait, no, it's cool in the rest of the house. I think I'm gonna break down and turn the AC down one more tick to cool that room a little bit more. We're at the end of the season, you know. Let's just throw caution to the wind. Let me check my front porch here. I think I heard a pack. Yep. All right. This guy probably hates me now. Ah. Oh gosh. All right. Let me grab another beverage. All right. Hopefully, turn the AC down a couple of ticks. We'll cool this room down a couple of ticks. Because for those who are not aware, we are sitting at 32C, aka in freedom units, 89.6. God damn, dude. So we gotta try to cool it down a little bit. I'm thinking of getting topless, pantsless, you know. But then I remember, that's a horrible idea. That's horrific. It's terrifying. It's the meanest thing I could ever do to any of you. Ever. Yeah, it's that's the temperature in here right now. It's like 40 outside. Yeah, but I do live in the desert, so it's a dry heat. So it's not that bad, as you can tell. I'm a little shiny, but it's not insane. I'm not dripping with sweat or anything. I don't have a big sweat stain or anything, but, well, I'm working on it, though. Trying real hard. But yeah, it is really warm in here, and this, if you can't tell, is a bay window, and it's just these giant cheap windows, so and it faces west. It's evening time here, and so it just superheats these windows, and it superheats the bay because there's not a lot of insulation. And then to make matters as worst as they possibly can, all 3 walls, there's 3 exterior walls. There's just 1 interior wall. And for extra insult to injury, the vent that for the air conditioning that's in this room is directly by the door. And due to the powers of convection, the hot air just blows the cold in here right out. So it never really gets to get hot in here at all, or get cooled in here at all. It's absolutely the worst. The solution has started to come up to like trying to get a side-by-side or some sort of extra air conditioning. I have the interior wall there that I'm pointing to off camera here is like the closet, and there's entry to the attic. So I could build something to like blow into the attic and whatnot, like get an AC for that. But the ones I've seen are either really expensive or really noisy. So I don't want anything to be, I want something really quiet, like super soft, because I'm a freak with noise. I'm really weird. I think it's the problem of being a sound guy or something. But like Mrs. Hearsey tried to put this clock in the room, and I had to take it out because I could hear it ticking and it was driving me nuts. So I was like, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that click, click. No, we need a smooth movement. No clicky movements. So, and that was a clock in the room. Anyways. Yeah, so I would argue that 32C for me would be like 27 in most regular environments. I think is kind of when it works out too. Like in freedom units in Fahrenheit, it's basically 10 degrees. So even though it's 90 here, it's basically like 80 if you were anywhere else that wasn't a fucking desert. So glad it's only 26. Oh, geez. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. I don't know. I don't mind the hot weather. It's kind of annoying, and it does have its downsides, but I'd rather do this any old day than mess with, like, the cold. I don't really like it when it gets dumb cold. I can't deal with it for some reason. I used to be able to when I grew up in Oklahoma, but after moving out here, I completely lost that ability in exchange for being able to take the heat. I'm pretty sure that's how it all works. I've heard a lot of people tell similar stories. I had to move out of there. I couldn't take the heat. And then they always move to someplace like Portland or New Jersey or some shit. And I'm like, it's really cold there. Illinois, Wyoming. I'm like, it's all right, whatever. I guess some people are built differently or whatever. Ticking clock is like I'm really particular with noises, and it's this weird part of home ownership I never expected, because when I used to live in apartments, and I'd lived in them pretty much ever since I moved out of my parents' place, there was always I never realized it, but there's a lot of ambient noise, and most of it's like all the air handlers up on the roof of your building, of your block of apartments or whatever. and they make a ton of noise. The place I came from before was pretty decent, but oh my God, it was so noisy. And then I moved into here, and this is like a detached, you know, ranch house type thing. And I discovered Chompers makes all these noises I never heard before. And I mean, I'd had him for like 4 years at that point, 3 or 4 years at that point, and I didn't realize he made all these sounds because I could never hear them because it was just so loud in these other places. So like being in this and I could sleep with like the fan off and everything. I could sleep to silence, and it was really nice. Had a little bit of some side effects later because now I'm kind of sensitive to noise. Yeah, they're on the roof and they just resonate down the whole structure of the building. Especially the one I lived in. It was just really bad. But yeah, now I'm really sensitive, and I kind of had to give up most of the rooms in the house, but I have this studio, and I always try to make it really quiet in here so I can do, you know, like voiceover recordings and stuff like that, and I don't have to do a lot of treatment. I still do treatment, but it's not that big of a deal because there's not a, you know, a light or buzzing or a fan. You know, there are fans in here, but you can turn them on and off pretty easily. And it's pretty quiet in here, so it works out well. I mean, you can usually see like the foam on the ceiling and stuff. At least the condenser is usually on the side of the house. Yeah, that's how it is in Oklahoma. They'll put it on the side. I don't know. Whatever. I don't get it. Don't get it. But I mean, technically, you kind of want heat for those coils so they don't, you know, don't have to do much to make the cold on the other side, but still sucks. All right. I'm thinking about jamming some more. You know what I'm saying? You hear me? You hear me, dogs? Woof woof. No, I feel a jamming coming on here. Doing a little insta beats to insta. We had a nice thing going there. I don't want to change up things too much. We do have 9 voices. I turned some of them off, I forgot. Now they're back. No OC in house in here. We have, yeah. That's how it is in like in San Francisco and so forth. In the Bay Area there. I remember my uncle used to live there, and he was telling me about how, like, you know, there's just no air conditioners. People just have heaters, you know, because it's always really nice and cool. And if anything, it gets too cold. But it never really gets hot. But then they had like a heat wave, and he was just like burning up in his house. He was miserable, and he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna go and watch a movie. You know, I don't care what fucking movie. I'm just gonna go in there and cool off. Buys the ticket, goes in. There's no air conditioning in the theater either, and he's like, what a, you know, he's all mad. He's like, ah, damn it, and so he just left, and I think he went to like the mall or something like that. We don't have airco, we use Alco. What? Oh, all window. I knew it. I walked right into that one.
Yeah. It's something I don't ever really want to live without. We have heat pumps for our AC, or for, you know, when it's cold. But honestly, out here they work like crap, so it's almost better just to do anything else, like have a like a, oh, I'm trying to say, a fireplace. Oh shit. I tried to resist the urge to get a cream pie, but resistance is futile. Oh wait, where did I lose my headphones? There it is. Your French never get out of the Mississippi. Yeah, I'm looking at those too. My only issue is I think they're really loud. So I really don't want anything loud. Yeah, technology connection actually is when I kind of learned about those kind of splits, because I didn't know anything about them before. I'd seen them, but I guess I didn't understand what they were. And that's why I was like, oh shit, I could run the tubes up into my attic, and I could just have the air exchange happen up there. You know, no harm, no foul. Should be fine. It'd be just as fine as having it blow outside my window. And honestly, I thought about it too. If it moved the air around at all, it would kind of help, because I do have like ventilation in the attic, and I thought like any movement was going to help it. Okay, with the heat mode. Yeah, it's not too bad. I have family that lives in Oklahoma, and it gets really cold, and those heat pumps will work non-stop. Ideally, you want like some sort of furnace, like a gas furnace or a gas stove or a gas heat. I had a friend that lived up in Payson, which is up in the mountains, and it gets very, very cold. Snow, like skiing is up there and stuff like that. They had this really cool fireplace, and it was a gas fireplace, so it was, you know, a faux fireplace, but it had it was hot. It was incredible, and it had like little vents that blew out, so you could turn these fans on. It would just blow warm air. These pipes that the fire heated up just heated that whole living room area up in there, and they had big windows and everything like that. And so I don't know, if I was in that situation, that's kind of where I wanted to go with a fireplace. I thought about trying to do it here, but man, it's just so much work, and it's a lot of money to trade out for like 2 weeks or a month of use. Yeah, like, yeah, technology can actually make some of the best YouTube video, like, you know, technology, science technology videos on YouTube, full stop. Like, his production level is absolutely through the roof. His attention to detail, his research, his script writing, everything is just absolutely top of the heap. So I always enjoy when he has a new video out. It hasn't been as often, but you know what? I mean, whatever. He's put a lot of content out already. I watched his channel since he had 7 or 8 videos published. Oh, wow. One of the very few. Yeah, he's great. Like I said, it's extremely high quality content there, which you don't always get. Not looking at me. Man. I think I'm gonna grab one more of those. I'm gonna break my rule twice. That green pie was really good. It's gonna be like a long time before I get to eat, so I gotta wait until Mrs. Hersey gets home to cook dinner. And she doesn't get home till 10 o'clock or something, so. I mean, I could cook dinner earlier and have it ready by the time she gets home. That's the best I can get. Tech ingredients? I don't think I know that one. Oh, they live out here in Arizona. So there's another YouTuber too, Tech Tangent. He lives out here as well. I don't know what's up, but I'm not mad. Kind of like that. Now, who are you? When you say Alec, are you talking about? Is that him? I don't know who. The only Alec. Yeah, I don't know an Alec, so I guess we're talking about connection. Oh, I thought. Okay, I misunderstood. Surface below, ambient, and the sun. Yeah, I want all of it. I don't really care about the consequences. Would like to paint my house that color.
right.
I'm thinking more about the Feixish. Yeah, I'm positive I messed up something on the CV input on it. It's gonna take me forever. Oh, Alec Watson is a technology connection dude. Okay, I started to realize that was probably what you meant. Creepy. Alright. I think it has like a chill vibe to it. Oh, we got a meat wad for 5. It's 2 meat wads today. So good news is, I mentioned this earlier, last night, as I do every now and then when I have the opportunity, I researched my Meatwad voice by watching episodes of Aqua Teen Hunger Force that I have saved. Spent a few hours on that one, and I think it really helped. Carl? Oh, you want Carl instead? We could do that. I don't know. I didn't really focus too much on Carl, to be honest. I was thinking mostly Meatwad. I thought about it. One thing I noticed was like one of the best things with Meatwad, or one of the things I can't really work on, is his reaction to stuff. And that's probably like a good chunk of what makes Meatwad so funny. Because he'll just be like all sarcastic and shit. Like,
Oh yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. That sounds like a great idea. Let's just find out who dies first.
you know, he's like, or he's like 100% in, and but it's a terrible idea. You know, like Shake's like, okay, we're gonna set you on fire.
Do it to me.
Oh no, wait, we have to rub you in glass,
I've been through this before. Prepare the glass.
and then we're gonna fire you out of a cannon.
Cannon? Oh, hold on. I need a helmet.
You know, there's those reactions that I think really makes Meatwadable. Oh my God, yeah, when he has the brain.
Yeah, a lot of people struggle with Heisenberg. Let me see if I can break it down for you in the simplest terms possible.
Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite episodes too. Man, I'm trying to remember. Eventually, he just controls matter with his mind. He's got these lightning bolts coming out of his head, and he's just got this big goofy smile. And,
Oh!
and I think Carl exploits him in the beginning to for some sort of carnival ride trick or something with it. I can't remember I need to watch it. I guess I know what I'm doing tonight.
I guess I know what I'm doing tonight. You know, I'm gonna watch the freak show with the meat and stuff. Yeah, that'll be great. I can just, slowly die inside. Let me put this on the clock. You know, I can't do this for free forever. Wait a minute. Who's this? Vote for this person. Oh, you're freaking kidding me. Set a 5-minute timer. Hey! She freaking figured it out. That's great. Last time I talked to her with this kind of a voice, she was like, who the hell is this? And I'm like, hey, listen here. Don't make me repeat myself. I do not like to be repeated. Mainly because I am way too freaking hammered to remember what I said 4 to 5 seconds ago. So don't make me repeat it. And then she's like, okay, so like, what do you want or something? I'm paraphrasing, of course, but you know, she's like real got the cops and attitude with me, and I'm not taking it, you know. So I take my phone and I just drown her in the, you know, the sink at first, but eventually I go and give her a swirly, you know, in the toilet. I drop my phone. I'm like, you know what? Screw it, because it ain't even mine, you know. Someone left it over here, and I guess they left it unlocked or something, and you know, they told me that what the password was so I could call them and stuff, but I was like, yeah, we're gonna have some fun with this, because they wanted me to like drive to the post office and put it in the mail. Oh yeah, like I got freaking time for that. No. They said they'd send me a reward, and I'm like, yeah, you send me the reward first, and then we'll talk. And they were like, that's not how this works. And I'm like, you're damn straight that's how this works. Either that or we meet at a bridge at dawn. But preferably like pretty late at night, you know. If we go all the way to dawn, I'm gonna be like really hammered. And I gotta be responsible. I can't be driving after like, 26 beers. A dozen, that's a big maybe. But 26, I know my limit, okay? Shouldn't be driving. Case is kind of where the hard cutoff is. After 24, it's like, okay, you better make sure you got enough beer until you pass out. So I look around, and I find all the beers. I hide them, I put them in secret locations, just in case, someone tries to steal it. It's happened. One time, I got so freaking hammered, I guess a bunch of people came in and they stole all my beers. I don't know what happened, but there was a bunch of empties everywhere. I guess what I'm trying to say is, buckle up, bucko, because this is gonna get crazy. And probably slightly offensive, if you know what I mean, Yeah. We're gonna rattle some cages! I almost feel like if I don't look at the camera, it's better. I don't make eye contact. Someone told me not to make eye contact, and I was paying her for romance. I don't know what to say. I don't know the proper words, but she was a romance lady specialist. But she was very particular about not letting me make eye contact with her. So, I just kind of looked at her boobs. That was there. That worked out for me, It's kind of really made things easier, because I was all worried, oh, she's gonna think I'm a pervert because I'm staring at her and paying her for sex. But honestly, she was really cool about it. And, to this day, I cannot contact her because her pimp, if he finds out where I'm at, because I owe them some money. Like, it's not that much, it's like $100 or something. But I ain't got it. I tried to pay in pennies. They said, not only do I still owe them $100, but they're keeping the pennies. I counted that. That was like $86 at least. No way they figured that out. So yeah, like, what was it, like the other day, we were like jamming on this thing, and we ran out of power. Can you believe that? Like
some of these freaking things, they didn't come on. And I was like, you come on! And I wouldn't. So I took the old, the probes out, and I read it, and it said, you are fucked, mister. So I took that module off, I measured it again and said, you're okay, mister. So I figured, just to be on the safe side, I went ahead and took like 3 or 4 modules out that I know take like 100 milliamps or more. And I put them over on the table. They are looking at me right now, off camera. I gotta say, they are quite very distracting, because they look so good, and I know what they do, and it's very naughty. Anyways, so we ain't got those, and I took some other stuff out that I didn't need right now, and I think we got good power again, but we can't go any further. So we gotta put one of the other power supply in there. It's gonna be a big deal. We're gonna raise it up. We're gonna move this thing up taller. And then, run some more cables in here. It's gonna be super great. I can't wait to see what that other power supply looks like. Because we ran for like...
Alright, I'm gonna stop talking. My timer ran out a minute ago. We ran that power supply over current for like hours and hours and like so many hours, mate. It was apparently at its limit. Which is crazy, but anyways. I kind of wonder if I don't think I did any damage, because the voltage looks fine, but I'm wondering if things got a little warm in there, right? This guy knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, you. I would high-five you if I could, but I cannot because you are not real. Well, technically you are, but you're on the internet. Why did I switch to this voice? I guess because, so thing to hide behind. Like my sense of humor. Anyways. If the IQ is more than room temperature, that's plenty. Well, wait a minute. Are we talking about Fahrenheit or Celsius? Yeah, I mean, and honestly, Booze, if the power supply dies, I'll just replace it. It's not the end of the world. Those things are really cheap if you can find them. Why can I not read far anymore? King Pesk. Hang in there, big bro. Hey, thanks, Synth Cat, over on YouTube. With the, well, since we're gonna have like a couple of Jamtowns we're not gonna be able to do, I'm just gonna take that opportunity to pull these racks out and run the new wires, put the new power supply in. Since the weight will be out, I should be able, I'll take all this shit off the top, but I should be able to raise these up enough. I have some cinder blocks that I think I can just put underneath these guys, and it's not cinder blocks, but they're like decorative rocks. They're like for hardscaping, but they should be flat enough. They should be honestly better than what I'm doing at the moment, so fingers crossed, but we'll find out. Yeah, it is a little warm, but it is the way. Honestly, like sitting down and just chilling, like this time I've been spending, just sitting. I'm dry as a bone again. It's honestly not too terrible. Well, we did crank the AC down, so maybe that's it. Maybe that's what I'm
It's because I've got AC. Oh, look at that! Look at that. We're all the way down to 88 Fahrenheit. 88.7, Marty. That's good stuff. We can do 31.5 C. But ideally, Marty, we need it to be lower.
Ah, that was I screwed that up there. All right, so, yeah, I'm feeling the pulses of Jamtown starting to pop through me. It's a little bit weird, especially if you're me, pulsing.
Great Scott! I don't know how, but they found me.
It's like a thing he does with his jaw. I have to try to remember to do. He's like,
Oh, jumping.
he kind of like talks in with his jaw.
You have to be kidding.
All right, this is nice. Also, I had a little teeny tiny headache. I think it's from my jaw, but I took some ibuprofen earlier, and the teeny tiny headache has gone goodbye. So long, my enemy, my unfriend. Yeah, tested to its limits. Yeah, I need to measure it on the scope. We're gonna do a lot of power testing coming up, because when we get the trolley built, I'm gonna have several different power supply systems to pull from. And ooh, I just thought of something. Oh well, I'll tell you later. And so I'd like to be able to measure and compare, like take them out on a scope and just kind of see what our noise and ripple and all that looks like. Basically, Pepsi challenge them. Got the iron up, tying some wiring. Now I know the EMS VCS3 based circuits working. Oh, cool. Kudos, mate. Oh, because it muted out. All right, whatever. I kind of had it working, and then it showed me things I did not wish to see. The new Held music video. Oh yeah, I need to check that out. Need to check out the new Held stuff. This is over on YouTube, by the way, but I had so I'm trying to remember. Yeah, the first song I ever heard from Health, and I was just completely just into them, was the music video that Eric Warheimer did. That was "We Are Water," and I think was the name of the song. And it has a real really cool guitar bass run kind of movement and everything, and the drums are just a bunch of toms with a snare on the top, and yeah, it's just real thrashy. It's an amazing track. And then it kind of just keeps upping itself as it goes. So it's one of those, and I was like, wow, this is incredible. What the hell else do they have? And of course I got into that album that song is on, and then I found the Max Payne soundtrack that they did, which I really enjoy that whole album quite a bit. And honestly, I don't really have anything, all their stuff is really good. I don't have anything where I'm like, oh, I didn't really care for such and such, or blah, blah, blah. Honestly, anything that I haven't listed, it's mainly because I just haven't spent enough time really listening to it. I have spent so much time on disco and the Max Payne and things like that, some of their other stuff. I'm trying to remember the one they did. Oh, it's probably about 10 years ago. But anyway, I'm a big fan, and I was watching Adult Swim has on YouTube right now a bunch of Tim and Eric, and they're just streaming a loop. Unfortunately, it's maybe 30-40 minutes of a loop, so it kind of gets old really fast, but it reminded me, I was like, oh yeah, I was scamming through Eric Warheimer's Vimeo or whatever it was, and I noticed this music video, and it absolutely blew my mind. The video itself is otherworldly. Everything how it's shot, how it's done is one of some of my favorite. I don't know. It's just got a lot of things that are big pluses. The set, the fake set and everything like that. I don't want to ruin the video or anything, but it's weird. It's a really weird one. But there's a lot to it. That's the shots, the really fucking narrow depth of field that everything moves in. Absolutely some of my favorite. So that, all that together just really got me into Health, and then I, of course, dove into their music more. But I haven't really listened to them in the last 5 years or so that much. I was back into them. Okay, so them releasing new stuff kind of got you back in the vibe. I gotcha. Yeah, I need to give them more time. Health. Yeah, we were just over on YouTube. We're streaming on both channels, but over on YouTube, Health was brought up, and I was kind of reminiscing about how I discovered them, and then at the same time, kind of giving them their props, their due props. It's just refreshing music. There's nothing like it. There's absolutely nothing out there that I can say is like Health,
I'm sure they're gonna they have, and they're probably, you know, some other acts that are similar or inspired and whatever and whatnot. But you know, still, it's a pretty, you're kind of, if you've been playing your own genre of music for so long, your own style or whatever, you're always going to be that much ahead of everybody else trying to fall in line. Oh, really? Remind me of your channel a bit. They came through the venue I worked at a couple of years ago with Daughters. Oh yeah, that I think we tried to see that. We went to that show, but it was a terrible show, so I don't really count it. Yeah, it wasn't their fault. It was the venue. They built this weird VIP lane that was like a roped off area that ran along this bowling alley. That was just, not bullet, but I mean, it was like a long, it was just terrible. And the ceiling's not very high. And it just hurt my fucking ears, like the whole set. Everything just, it was just all highs, no lows. It was just rough. So it wasn't their fault, and they didn't even do like an encore or anything. I think they weren't too happy. Man, there was another act that opened up, and they were like annoyed too. I could tell. Anyways, whatever. It is what it is. I wouldn't mind trying to go see them again. I saw them at this one place. I can't remember what it's called. It used to be called the Mason Jar, but it's changed its name a bunch of times. And I had a really great time. Like, I had just the weirdest, funnest time there. Like, the music was going, I was cutting a rug, and there were people around, and we're just like having a good time and looking at each other, and we're like, fuck yeah. And it was weird how fun it was. The new music video gives a glimpse into that. Ah, that'd be interesting. Yeah, it is what it is, Screen. It happens sometimes here. Phoenix is kind of a rough place to see live shows. It's gotten a lot better, but when I first moved here, like, no one would even play. It was just kind of rough. I wonder if I changed the key. I changed it to F sharp, which should be E. I don't know why it always sets it wrong, but we'll try it. If not, I'll set it to E, I guess. Yeah, the first time I saw Help, though, was a fantastic show. The only part that was rough was, like, the bass. They didn't have a strap for the bass. It, like, broke or something. And there was, like, you know, I wanted to help them, but I was like, dude, I don't have shit, you know, is all I was thinking. I'm like, I don't have shit on me. I don't have any tape. Nah, we were talking on YouTube. I definitely want to go and I need to give their new stuff a try. I kind of just, I don't know, just kind of fell out listening to them, but they have been active a lot lately, and I should listen to their new stuff.
give it a taste, get it ingrained in my brain a little bit more. Because it's nice to see a band like that continue putting stuff out too, and staying inventive and fresh and everything. They're very rare. There's not a lot of musical acts out there that I can name or doing anything like what they're doing, in the sense of kind of doing their own fucking thing. And they're definitely not all active anymore. No Bay Street, no. You gotta let all the things settle out. So I think Mr. X was right about feeding the gates a synced waveform. I think shifting the notes around kind of helped. And you hear the little, I don't know if it comes through on that deal, but you can hear like all the little echoey noises. Just like any lower. A little bit lower. Here, do this. This is a different scale, so this is... I don't even know what we're gonna do. Yeah, it steps up half the deal. It's so weird. see if I can get like a James Bond. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's me hitting the fucking mic because I'm a toad. Hey! What is up, little fuzzy buddy? Gonna show everybody how awesome you are? Oh, look at this handsome boy. Look at how handsome he is. I know you want to run away. Give me... Alright, thank you for playing. Remember, you control forest fires. Oh my god. Okay. Let me see if I can get a timer. Fuck that up so bad. Alright. Now I shall remember the tempo, sort of. What if I could do? No, I can't. Oh, wrong knob. But I don't know all the notes, so. Jump up if we're not gonna grow up and get down because there ain't no town and that's growing brown slound. We got nothing than Jay. Nothing coming in with that piping hot. Won't stop. Skilly bop. Oh my god, frickin' lot. Ray! Goodness, oh my god, oh my goodness, oh my god. We got Synth Legend themselves, Jay Nothing, in the house. Hop up here. I'm gonna do the shouting out, but if you guys have been on this channel before, you know we're big fans of Jay Nothing. Oh shit, just screwed that up. I think I can undo that, so. Alright, Janice, well, that's gotta be nice. Alright, I'm gonna do it this way. I knew I would mess it up. I even thought, like, shouldn't you, like, make sure that's the right one before you hit it? Oh, you already hit it. There we go. There's a link to their channel as well. Janice, I apologize for the unwanted attention. I did not mean to do that. Yeah. I mean, it can't be too bad, right? Can't be all the worst. Yeah. Anyways, well, I appreciate you guys putting up with my goofiness. It's hereditary. I give it away to my cats. Those cats. Oh, he's coming back. You coming back, little buddy? Yep. Hup, 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 hup. Meow. You're all mad, aren't you? You already know what I'm gonna do if you get near me, right? You know I'm gonna pick you up. Yeah, you know. Meow. He's like, meow. Yeah, if you get near me, I'm gonna pick you up and I'm gonna show you to the camera. That's how this all works, buddy. So how you gonna play it, buddy? He is giving me the classic stare down, trying to use his baby little doughy eyes to overwhelm me. I'm talking to a cat. I just realized we did get raided. You guys don't know. Here. Proof. Look at my little munchkin man in his tiny arms. They're tiny, tiny arms. Where's your tiny arms? Why do you have tiny arms, little boy?
Because I'm in this way. Leave me alone.
You're not purring at all. All right. Sorry, buddy. That's my cat Choppers. He is pure evil. Mate, how was the stream? What were you guys up to? Anything in particular? I know you like to module, like to noodle. But was there anything of worth reporting? Man, it got warm in here again. I think the air conditioner stopped running. To cool it down to 20 to 76 in the rest of the house. Yeah, he's over on the other side of the room, sniffing stuff. Oh, you're gonna plant yourself there, buddy? Alright, that's cool. I'm down. Nothing special. Yeah, I didn't mean to sound like that, but I didn't know if you had like anything, any goals, I mean, there's nothing special going on here in Jamtown. We're just jamming with it. We're letting it make space music. It's pretty good at it so far. Yeah, I should say welcome in Raiders as well. If you've never been to our channel before, we're all about electronics. We're all about soldering, making, and building. We like to get people into soldering, making, and building. This Modular is pretty much all DIY. There's a couple of things that aren't, but not a whole lot. There's like 6, I think. Maybe 5. So the rest is all DIY, and we're really big on playing with the modules that we've worked on. We recently finished up a bunch of modules for this other case, and it's all these white panel modules. These are from a company called Nonlinear Circuits. They make modules that try to emulate nature and chaos. So they're pretty fucking weird. But there's still some, you know, still some value in it. It's just, you know, a little challenging to write techno with. We've got some of the sounds muted, but we can bring them all in. Gotta have those guys turn down the sample and holders. They're fun and all, but they're a little wild. It's 2 filters doing sample and holding from the same source, and they're the same filter, but they're different builds, so they have slightly different sounds. It's actually pretty significant, which is weird, because they're from the same person and everything. But whatever, man. I'm still happy. Just made a new patch for an upbeat and played with older ones. Did old showers plus today to end this month. Oh, 5 hours. My bad. 277 hours of stream this month. Oh, Lord. Pretty good. I don't remember what mine's at. I think it's like 130 maybe. It's kind of high. I should do less, but I didn't. See what I mean? It's wild stuff. We've got 9 voices going on in here right now, but I did mute 1. So we're at 8, I guess. But there's a lot of little guys moving around. They kind of come in and out. We've got a lot of sloth action doing the mixing. We've been kind of going in this like chill space zone vibe thing because of the space station and everything. We did do some 4 on the floor, unsta, woo woo. But I don't know. We might end the night with that. Might do that a little bit later, but yeah, the plan for today is to find gold. Or actually, just to get this thing nice enough so we can make a little audio recording of it. Of its own. see you there. I got the headphones in, brah. Yeah, I don't care. This thing is working. I cannot. No. Yeah. Yeah, I think that sample player is not right. Something's wrong with it. I'm just a sucker. I needed some cool samples. This felt like spacey, reverby movie dialogue time. Let me check something really fast before I sign off on this. Just go direct out of it, make sure the filter's not being weird. Nope, it is totally not working. All right, that's a bummer. I wonder if it's a power thing, but the problem is with these 2 HPs, you have to take two modules out. You have to take the one of them that's next to it because they're so thin and how they sit. I mean, it could be something dumb, like it could be like a silly short.
loves you. Knowing gives you hours and hours of attention your day. Ooh, I feel your motor. You here because you're gonna fall out. You're clumsy as fuck. I don't even know if people can see you. There we go. You're kind of almost out of frame, my friend. We're on the edge. Oh, you're like a Brando. But you're a cat. Wipe on my fucking arm. Oh man. Ugh. Thanks, dude. I can't wait to figure out what that is later. No, I love it. Interesting fact. I used to be allergic to cats, like as a kid, and then I moved overseas to Malta. Malta's covered in cats, a whole island, and we adopted this cat, and like I was like all my allergies kind of came out, but I just kind of toughed it out. And I guess I built up the immunity to it, or histamine or whatever, because I wasn't really allergic to cats after that. But Mr. Chompers is the one and only cat that I've encountered where his saliva or snot, pretty much a wet nose, is if he touches my skin with that wet nose, if he gets any of that on there, within a minute it'll start itching. It's like every time. And there'll be a little bit of redness for a bit, and it'll go away really quick. It's never bad, but that's like the extent. I can't apparently get rid of that part, which is fine. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand to stop doing it, so it's kind of a pain in the ass. To Malta? Oh yeah, Rob Chapman. Well, when I was there in 99, 2000. I spent the millennia there, and here, I'll turn this down real quick. And it was wonderful, but man, really behind the times. So that was one issue. But no, the country is amazing. I wouldn't mind. I don't even know where that's coming from. I wouldn't mind retiring there. It's a nice place to retire. Oh. So
So I've heard that name before. Yeah, it's a beautiful country. It's really laid back, very island life there. When I lived there for about 3 or 4 months, and what was funny was, like, we were there during the rainy season, so it really wasn't, we never really got to see, like, the nice, like, I saw a lot of flooding, and but there was one point I remember, or one aspect of it's really funny is, like, we'd go there and, like, we had to get there by a certain time in town. So we lived in, there's 3 islands, and one's really small, it's just like a farm. But then the second largest island is Gozo, and then the main island's called Malta. And Gozo is where we lived, and we lived in this town called Schlendi. And it was on the southern, I think it's southern. Where was it, actually? That might not be right. I can't quite remember. It's been a long time. But we lived in Schlendi, and like the main town was in the center. It was called Rabat. And so we would, you could walk, but it was like a 40-minute walk, or you could take the bus, and it was like a 10-cent bus ride. So we tried to catch the bus and everything, but you had to get there before, like, I think it was like 3 o'clock or something, because everyone would go home for tea, because it used to be a British colony, so they had tea time there. And so everyone would go home, all the shops would close, just about everything would shut down for tea. And most of the time they didn't feel like coming back and opening it back up for the rest of the business hours. So you had to get there before that, otherwise there was a good chance most of the stores you wanted to go to were closed. Not all of them, but most of them, at least in Rabat. And then really good food, nothing too crazy. Like, they have a lot of crazy cuisines there. Rabbit's really common. I didn't do that. Typically because it was so expensive and it just seemed insane. And the person I was with at the time, she was absolutely appalled by the idea. So I'm like, all right, whatever. But yeah, I lived there for a while. I was trying to immigrate there, and I wanted to live there, and it was because of a girl. That's the we in the story. But I think the coolest bit from when I lived there, and makes me realize, like, you know, I could learn any language, I just have to submerge myself, was we would ride the buses, and the Maltese people are very big on speaking their language. They don't want to lose it. It's a really big part of their culture, they believe. And in fact, that was a big criticism of the youth, that they mix Italian in a lot of the Maltese language because it was cool or whatever. And so you'd listen to these people speak Maltese, and I learned like a very tiny, like a 20-word vocabulary. And they have an extra they have like 3 extra letters in their alphabet and things like that, but it's not terribly complicated. And I started like just listening and listening and listening, and I would start to understand like the gists of conversations, like, oh, this woman's upset because her daughter did something, and now they never hang out anymore, something like that. You know, I'd have like the gist. I wouldn't know specifics, but I would have like an understanding of it, and that would happen on and on. And but it was still really, really holy. I couldn't really understand it. And then there, like, I always said we took the bus, so we'd have to wait for the bus to go back to Schlendi from Rabat. And there's it's like a really cool bus station. It's all these old buses from the 60s. And we're waiting for our bus, and there's like this little coffee shop. And I go into to get like a coffee or a drink or something, and the barista's there. And I go up to speak to her, but this gentleman like pulls me, kind of catches my attention, and he says, "How do you like living in Schlendi?" And I told him, "Oh, I love it. It's great." And he looked at me really confused. And the barista who knew me, she was like, he just asked you how you liked living in Schlinde. And I'm like, yeah, I heard him. And she goes, no, he asked you in Maltese. And I'm like, oh my God, he did. You did. And I was like, I like immediately froze up, and I couldn't think of how to respond or anything like that. But it was that turnkey moment where I heard my language coming out in a foreign tongue. I could totally like understand what the guy was asking. And it wasn't a complicated sentence at all. How do you like living in your town? But I understood it all. And it was such a freaky experience. And then like, that was kind of where it went downhill, and I started really getting it. And it was funny because my friend, who was kind of a, a bit of a, fancied themselves a bit of a linguist, never really caught on as much as I did. I don't know why or anything, but I totally was getting the language, and I was starting to understand. And there's like, even though it's an island, there's a lot of dialect differences. Like, I don't remember many. The one that sticks in my head was the word yes. It's the only language I'm aware of where yes is a 2-syllable word. It's Iwa. But on the main, it's Iwa on the main island, but on like Gozo, it's Iva. It has more of a va. It's spelled E-W-A if I'm remembering right, but there's more of that German va instead of the whatever the fuck wa. And so that was kind of tricky and interesting, but I already kind of knew German, and I already was like used to the Iwo Viva, so it was okay for me. I could understand when it was inserted in a sentence, and it wasn't, it was a different phonetic. But yeah, I love that place. It's covered in cats. If you love cats, Malta is fucking awesome. It's so many little kitty cats everywhere. They're really different than cats here in the United States and whatnot. The cats are like so many weird things. Like their tails are really long. They're way longer than American, short hair or long hair. And then they clean themselves by sucking on their fur. I've heard of other people saying like, oh, I have a cat that did that. So it's not totally out there, but all the cats, that's how they clean themselves. They'd suck on their fur. So gross. You just see this cat that looked all wet, and you knew it was their fucking slobber. And no is Eva? EY? Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, snip snap. Look at that. We got Wambra in the house. Said last night, Classy Ho was better scanner than me. Said you not coming to con this year. Wait. Okay, the first part, I didn't get it. The second part, yeah, I unfortunately, I'm not going to make it this year. One, I wanted to build space station, so I kind of did that. And two, I have a really, 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 really awesome project that I've been working on for almost 3 years now. And I'm almost finished with it, but I can't be in Illinois when it gets here from production. So I need to be here when it gets here from production so I can finish it completely. And then really, yeah, after that, there's going to be some minor changes probably. But then after that, and the redesign and that prototype, then it should go to market. And then I think I can tell you guys by then. We'll see. Pinball price. Well, Wamba, yeah, I'm sorry, I won't be there. I will be in Illinois. I will be in Chicago later this year for work. So, and I'll be in downtown Chicago, so I'm gonna try to hit up there because I didn't really get to when we were in Schaumburg, so that'll be a little bit of an upshot. Janice, I was looking forward. You were on the list. What list? Wait, me? There's a list? Shit. No one told me about a list. Fuck. I still can't go. I spent all my money. I mean, I could spend money I don't have, but then that's gonna really piss off my accountant. I can't really deal with his wrath. He's a nice dude, but he makes you feel so guilty. It's like my dad could harness all his guilt powers into one tax liability. Class and Space went to Christoph's together last month on the pre-con viz. S50 thought that you were... She introduced me to pinball and I fell in love. Oh, really? You're a pinhead now, Wambra. It is... Isn't it amazing? See, I'm surprised you weren't already a big fan. It's, oh, man. So, just to surmise really quick, I love pinball because I feel like it's the most perfect version of true gaming that we as a society have ever done. Like, it's a live action video game. And yeah, sure, it's like a platformer every fucking time, whatever, man. But there's so many nuances to it. Like, one of my favorites is it's never the same game, even when it's the same game. You can go from machine to machine, same production run and everything, and they're going to play differently. There's always going to be these subtle differences, and you have to adapt and learn, and it just, like, you're constantly becoming a better player every time you play. It's awesome. Oh, I'm going to go play pinball. Well, I want to play tonight, but I better not, because this is going to be up late. To be at NobCon, it wasn't carved in stone. That sucks, Jen. I really wanted to go this year. Last year I went, it was fun. I was, had a good time, but, it was I almost lost my voice. And, it was so raw on that one. Oh yeah, I remember why. Because Wambra and I chain smoked joints, that's right. I lost it, and then I came in the next day and I saw Wambra, and I was like, man, I kind of lost my voice. And he was like, well, yeah, dude, you were chain smoking joints. You like lit one with another one, and then you kept going. And you're like, want some? And I'm like, yeah, okay. But then you just like kept that. I'm like, oh, yeah, that sounds like something I would do. Yeah, that's me. So yeah, I kind of took my voice down a little bit. So I kind of look forward to that. Well, it's just this year. I had to make that sacrifice. It's just the way the cards fell. I looked into going because I thought this thing was going to finish up sooner, and I was going to be able to get it in the bag and then be able to, but the hotel's all filled up, and the closest hotel is down the street, and I feel like I'm going to be super depressed walking from the main con to my hotel down the street. I'll just hear that song like all by myself over and over. I don't really want that. I don't want to pay money for it either. So I'll be back next year. Hopefully I'll have something to show for it. Said thing that I was talking about earlier, and maybe more. Who knows? You never know. There are irons in the fire though, but I can't talk about it because nada. I did call you out. Yeah, no, that was hilarious, mate. I thought that was funny. You're staying across the street? Oh, really? See, that's where I was gonna go, but like the prices are the fucking same, and I don't know. It's a little bit too late now. Ticket prices would probably be asinine. I'll just go next year. I'll go next year. I had a really great time last year. I'm gonna make it this year. It's gonna be awesome. I had, honestly, the funnest part was like meeting a lot of people that I've only either seen as little blocks of text in chat, or I've only seen them stream. So being able to see all these people IRL was absolutely, it was amazing. It was really cool. I had a good time. I'll be honest, I was a little nervous because I'm just that kind of guy. I kind of get nervous about this kind of stupid shit. I didn't used to, but that was the old me. The new me gets nervous about dumber shit than old me used to. Not sure why. Probably a deficiency, like iron or something like that. Walk around together. Yeah, mate, it was a lot of fun. It was great chilling with you. I'm gonna miss it, but next year. I will be there next year. It'll be good. I have some ideas too that I want to try to do when I got there, because I never really did, but we'll make it happen. I'm nervous too. Yeah, I don't know. I have like these silly concerns, and then I really shouldn't. And then I make a joke about them, you know? I'll make some joke about it, and then I'll like realize like that came out of nowhere. That was so dumb. What the fuck is, you know? And I'm just like deconstructing how stupid I'm behaving, and I'm like trying to play 3D chess in like, I mean, it's a coloring book. There's no chess piece space. It's a coloring book. You're supposed to color in the lines. So that's kind of how I feel like I behave in when I go in public and stuff, especially in things like that where there's a lot of meet and greets and chatting and so forth. They just get really weird and awkward. But I powered through last time. I'm pretty confident I can do it again and rise above. Let me read it here. I think you did a real well stream on Walkabout and where your calls are. Okay. Oh, thank you, mate. Yeah, I try to do what I can. Well, I do think so. I am planning to. I was thinking about, you know, I owe you guys a 24-hour stream, so I'm trying to work it out to where we do that for NobCon. Like we can kind of tap in with the maybe we can have like Doey chime in and have like a Doey on the beat and do that stupid sharing thing that they always fucking talk about, like knock on the fucking door. I hate that. So we could do that for once, or something similar, or just use fucking Discord. But either way, we could do like a Doey. Yeah, we'll frame him up really, really weird, like they do on the streets, and he'll just be like this, even though there's nothing there. He'll be like, "Yes, Sid, that is correct. Lots and lots of partying, lots and lots of music. The fire alarm has been pulled a record 5 times. A new one beating 2023's record of 3 times. A real high watermark for NobCon. We're hoping that this number of evacuations will tell the person that this is really bad, but we're waiting for further word from hotel management. Back to you, Sid." That would be funny. I don't know. I think Doey could do it. We could practice. Stayed up long. You just said stupid shit and you just stayed up. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what I usually do. We'll play a little pinball. Plus 30 a night. Yeah. Well, I remember there was like a lot of those, and it made me so nervous because I'm just like, I work in the events industry, and I've seen whole groups get kicked out of hotels for less than, setting off fire alarms and stuff. But I guess that, they're chill. You know what's funny is there's I don't know where the sound's coming from. Oh, it's from that. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, it's that filter, the serious filter. And then we're feeding it one of these kids, that's right. But it should be triggering, I thought. Oh, it brought the bass up, I get it. Anyways. Gotta have, and now a word from our sponsor, Knob Cheese. We could actually just give, there's a store nearby there. We just have, we could just have Doughy eat a whole bunch of edible cheese, like right on camera, while we're doing that, and he could just be like, I'll be talking and he'll just be chewing on it, and he'll be like, "That's right, Sid. Lots of pandemonium here." And then we tell him like, "Hey, that's it's edible." And then he'll be like, "Yeah, I'm counting on it." And then he starts doing Jay Giles' song "Freeze Frame," but like a cappella, because he's high. It's like freeze frame, bam, 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 ba-da-na-na. Oh, see when I'm doing it. Without breathe. Okay. That's probably. I think with that statement, I should secure my award for obscure random reference of the night award. I'd like to accept this award and thank my dog. Oh!
Engineer gifted a tier 1 sub to Code Nightly.
Look at that! Ingenuber gifting that sublub over to Code Nightly. Code Nightly, that's a sick ass name. And it implies a lot. Thank you so much, mate. I really appreciate that. And I hope they enjoy the ad-free life. I forgot what I was saying before that happened, though. I had a thought. It was something about paper plates or something. I can't remember. Mr. Furmeister here is right at my feet. He will, he's cleaning his little mittens. It's actually pretty cute. easy way to set a camera on him, though. It's a sad fact. Thanks again, Ingenuber. Appreciate it. Oh man, I totally thought I could come back with what I was trying to say, and then I forget it. That's pretty distracting. I mean, I appreciate it, but still. It's always overwhelming. A gift sub, a resub, any sub. First off, you got that Law and Order sound, the dunk dunk. And you think like for a minute, yeah, you know what? That's a missed opportunity. We're gonna do some, I don't know if I'm high or something, but I really think some updates to the stream, some spring cleaning might be good. One, I just thought of, we should still have the donk donk sound, but oh wait, but the timing is weird because you usually hear the sound after the graphic plays. Maybe I could put a timer delayed in the graphic. But I was just thinking it would make more sense if like the name or whatever the event, I guess it would be a subscription. So it'd be like executive subscriber, and then it would have their name and like that font they use in Law and Order, the Law and Order font. I can look it up. I remember looking, I had to use it for the shrink down. And then the other idea that we came up with earlier was to put some like make the top banner of this look like a speed running channel and have timers for like time actually working or repairing or soldering, and then time talking and stuff like that. Like have a little switch to flip between them, and have it so Jack can be able to do it, or I can do it. And that way we could have like little timers ready for those different things. We could have a dab. We have a different dab counter, but it was also suggested to have a pickle counter. I don't know how long this pickle obsession I have is going to last, but we'll might as well ride it out for a bit. I mean, it's healthy. You know, it's a cucumber, for God's sakes. That's healthy eating. You know, I could have made a grape meter, but people would get the wrong idea when they came onto the channel, and I don't want to imply anything like that. So cucumbers, pickles, I mean, it has its own implications. You can draw the wrong inferences from it, but I feel like I'm safer with pickles as far as fruit goes. We could do strawberries, but AI doesn't know how to spell it, so I don't know how to either. You got some papaya, forearms, all the things considered. What? Was a freak did out, did playing pool, passion key in a few years. Forearm. Yeah, I'll miss you too, mate. I like I said, we'll be back next year. I'll be back next year, and I really, like, what kind of makes it more of a deal is, like, I want to be there for a week. I want to do shit besides just the con. You know, like, I wanted to go and play a lot more pinball, and there's like music and stuff around there. There's a lot of stuff to do. And one of the deciding factors was Mr. X wasn't going to go either, and I was like, well, that really, you know, once he said he wasn't, I was like, well, that kind of changes things, because I'd like to go if X is going to go, because, you know, he could get there a little bit early, and I could meet up with him, you know, a few days beforehand, and, you know, just have fun showing him around to America. He's been to the U.S. one other time, and that was KnobCon, so I'd like to. I love showing people from other countries the U.S. I love trying to be like a little ambassador and stuff. When people and I mean, I got it from living here. My uncle used to do it when I visited him up in the Bay Area in San Francisco and stuff. So I kind of was like, yeah, that's a really fucking cool thing to do. to just try to be this ambassador to somebody from out of town, and or in this case out of the nation. And man, we didn't even touch the end of the iceberg. So I'd like to, whatever that means. I'd like to get more time hanging out with him and getting more food and so forth. Mostly food. I'm also really wanting to go to Super Booth, but I can't go to Germany without Mrs. Heresy. I don't think she'd be very happy if I went out of country for a con like Germany and stuff. So maybe, I mean, I don't know. But either way, I pretty much have to guarantee she'd want to go, and would want to go and run around Germany and check out stuff. So I have to do that. And because of Chompers, we can't leave him with anybody. So one of us has to be here. So anyways, I think I don't have to say it without, you know, lining up the points. Oh, Mr. Chompers, you heard me say your name, didn't you? Mr. Tiny Legs. Schomburger's great. Yeah, it's all right. I mean, it had okay food and stuff, but I really wanted to go. There's like, that's kind of a far out suburb, but when you get closer to the water, like, and you get those closer suburbs, you can actually get some really cool stuff around there. In my experience, anyways, in the past that I've been to Chicago and whatnot. And yeah, there's some tourist traps and stuff like that that kind of suck, but I mean, you know, I mean, in this day and age, you're kind of a sucker, you know, if you didn't look at your damn phone. It's your own fault. Or you didn't do your homework. In this instance, I'm like a complete bird out of nowhere. You know what you're talking about. Well, I've traveled a lot. I've had to like deal with crappy food and good food and stuff like that. And sometimes I've stayed in places where it's just like, it's nothing but this like crappy, gentrified in the last 20 years, brand new garbage. You know, it's just like, ugh. There's nothing that's been, you know, there's nothing old. There's nothing that's been around for a bit. There's no, you know, test of time. Because, you know, a lot of businesses, that's kind of another thing, is if they stand the test of time, you know, there's got to be a reason that they're still around. And so you kind of look for those types of venues and whatnot, but sometimes you just get surrounded by the latest in Applebee's, you know, and you got to go eat at an Applebee's. But you pick the one with the highest star rating. I'm a big food fan. I love eating. That's why I've been trying to lose weight, because I gained like some weight over the summer, and I'm like, oh shit, I'll eat pickles. Applebee's chicken. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, Applebee's isn't terrible. That's okay. IHOP, Denny's. Those are all good. Hey, look at that. Collected Cookie coming in with that follow, mate. Welcome into the channel. Thank you so much for that follow. I hope you're having a fantastical night, day, or whatever is in between those two points. Man, I'm trying to pop my bag too. You do live performances too? Yes. Well, define live performances. What are you referring to? I guess that I really jumped the gun on that, on my guesstimations. Oh, no. Not lately. Not for a long time. None of this stuff is very mobile. It's all like big old furniture crap. But I've had like a solo project. I've been in several bands, and you know, did stuff there. But doing this, man, it's not very practical to take it to venues. Some people do. I did. That's why I bought this case, so I could go, you know, jam. But I just don't jam anymore with people. I don't know what it is. They just can come fucking here. I like have all this shit here, and then all I can do is take like a little bit of stuff in this case. It just seems ridiculous. Oh man, got like a weird little toothache. I don't know what that was. I think a star cluster blew up. Mobile rigs, yeah. A lot of the times you kind of, and that was kind of what I did. There's a lot of pre-programming and pre-setup. I used an Expert Sleeper's FH2, and I had the gate and the CV expansion for it. And I used that for like almost more, about half, I guess. I guess it was doing about half of the work of the whole thing. Because it would do all the clock and all the divisional work, and then it also did Euclidean, and then I had like logic, some logic modules to kind of do and/or for those Euclideans, and you get some weird patterns, and then I'd have it feed the neutron and the Model D. So I had like two voices, and then I'd bring like drum machines and, you know, other shit. But I've gotten like pretty deep that I don't really think I don't know. And then I have another case we're filling. It's just off camera here, but it's a it's 6 units. And it's 104, I think is that. I think it's or 108, whatever it is. It's that width, and it's all gonna have nonlinear circuits modules, which are these white paneled modules here. They're really weird. They're from this company called Nonlinear Circuits. But it's this guy named Andrew. He basically, his modules are, there's some conventional stuff, but they're mostly unconventional. And a lot of these modules will tend to draw from either trying to replicate nature or utilizing chaos. He has a history in that, like in degrees and so forth, and one of the more fascinating things is he puts out a new module just about every month. He's a freaking madman, but a nice madman, real chill, Aussie style. But they're all DIY. There are like people that can build his stuff or whatever, but it's predominantly DIY, and I love it. It's some of my favorite stuff. We took a big plunge and we built about 24, 27 modules, something like that. And now we're kind of working with them. Some of them need a little bit of tweaking. I noticed some of them aren't behaving correctly, so we're gonna have to do some work on them. And then some of them I need to learn better on how they work and try to come up with some patches that utilize them better, so I can not suck. We'll probably do it in VCV because I know the Genie and the Neuron are in VCV, so we could just do it that way. But yeah, if you've never been to the channel before, this is your first time, since you're a new follower, might have not heard, we're really big into soldering and making and building. A lot of this, well, all of this pretty much is DIY, and a lot of it is stuff that we've made on the channel. This whole row up here, and this row down here, and then that shit I showed a minute ago. Those are all modules we've made on the channel. Actually, you know, and we got these guys too. There really isn't much that's not DIY from here in one place or another. So nice. I have a few for sale. I'm trying to just get rid of it. I kind of did that for a bit, but I'm not really sanctioned. So I kind of, and I was at the initially I had like people that were interested, and then it's that classic, all right, here you go, and they're like, oh, you were serious. I'm like, yeah. Oh, I'm good. So I had a bunch of stuff left over, so I tried to sell it in the store, and I've sold just about everything. I've gotten rid of almost everything. There's still a lot of DIY links, which are the mutable instrument links. I have a few of those, I think, still for sale. And I don't know, I might get back into it, but honestly, if I was going to do it, I think I would just automate the process. You know, like I have a CNC machine, and I could set it up to be a pick and place. I don't know how many things I could get in there, but I could do that, and then, you know, make a grid of boards, and then run them inside a reflow. I found one that was pretty cheap, and it was like 2,300 watts, and it was a pretty decent work area. So you could probably do maybe 9 Eurorack boards at a time, maybe 12. But you could lay them across in that sheet with the components and the, you know, all the goodness on there, reflow, check everything, and then yeah, break them up and solder the rest of the bits on there. But I don't know if I really want to do that too much. It kind of sounds boring as fuck, you know? Like, some of that sounds fun the first 20 times, and then I feel like that's going to get really boring, and then I'm going to hate it, and then I'll be stuck with this giant reflow oven. My wife's going to be, like, annoyed. She's always kind of annoyed about this stuff, though, because it takes up so much goddamn space. But that's neither here nor there. Either way, I came to the right place. I make Arduino projects, but would love to go more into electronic side of it. Oh yes, fantastic then. The math, yeah. You know, there's a lot of hackiness out there. Like guitar pedals, I think more so, but you still see it in Eurorack. And although that's kind of has a negative, it's kind of a negative term, but to be honest, like as far as a DIYer, you can usually kind of figure it out. You know, you're like, oh well, you know, this worked over here. This is the same there. Let's breadboard this, see what happens, or put it in a simulator, see what happens. And you can kind of figure out, you can get really far. There is a limit, like you said, there is a point where you're going to have to like know the math because you're doing something specifically, but you can kind of creep by on existing schematics and you know, pre-existing circuits and get, you know, a working device, a functional and enjoyable device. We'll put you in a simulator. Hey, oddball. Alright, I think there was a dab I gotta do. Yeah, 6-minute-old dab. It's terrible stuff. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Besides buying DIY kits, where would you start with building modules? Toto Ramen, your butt is so busy. Well, you know. Besides DIY kits, where would you suggest? So, a really great resource for learning electronics, and particularly audio, synth, analog circuitry electronics, from an autodidactic standpoint, is the late, great Ray Wilson. Ray Wilson has a website called musicfromouterspace.com. MFOS. But MFOS doesn't work. You got to spell the whole damn thing out. He's a self-taught EE. He basically came up with several, like dozens and dozens of circuits, several different synths. He explains in great detail all the different aspects of it, and explains how everything works, and it's a great resource. I recommend it to EEs and people that don't know anything about electrical engineering. It's a good resource, and it's fun. His stuff, you can build most of it's from the data sheets. A lot of his stuff is just straight out of the data sheet circuits. So even if you run into trouble, you have like things to fall back on if you need to, but they're not bad. I really like his stuff. And his website's really cool. Well, it's not very cool at all. I don't know what it is, but all these DIY electronic masterminds have like some of the worst websites. Like that's the best part about Nonlinear Circuits. That website, it's straightforward. It looks fine. It doesn't have anything cringy or annoying like frames. MBOS has frames. It's so funny. But either way, it's there's actually a design in there that we're looking at redoing. He has a sequencer that's really cool. Instead of going, God damn, this thing will not stop. So he has a sequencer that instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you know, you know, you have a you have another parameter that's note duration. So you can actually create these complex sequences where there's half steps, whole steps, quarters, dotted, you know, thirds, all that. So you can do that within this duration knob. And the way he built his stuff was kind of weird. So there's a board that is part of his main sequencer, and it's two parts. There's an analog board and a digital board. and they're two separate circuit boards, and they're connected by just a string of wires. And then to do this duration thing, there's a third board. And I was going to just build a board to handle the wiring, and so it would be like a panel mount, but I was like, screw that, I should just redo the whole thing. So that's one project that I'm looking at doing. I just need to prep it and make sure that everything's in its spot. Yeah, it's pretty crude, but the data's there, and honestly, it works in my browsers like Firefox and Chrome and whatnot. It runs fine, so it's not. It's an eyesore is all. But the guy was Mr. Self-Taught. He self-taught programming, and one of it was HTML, and then and these designs and so forth, which are probably his peak in his work. I don't know. I've never had another engineer really rip old Ray Wilson apart, but they're all based off the data sheet, so I don't know what you could really be upset with. He also did, this is kind of funny, he did stand-up comedy, and he also, I guess he taught himself that. And I never watched it because I didn't want to ruin it for me. But my buddy said that was a wise idea. He's like, yeah, you're good, man. You don't need to watch it. You're not missing anything. I was like, oh, okay. You're good. Well, the programming like 2009 and hang it back and updated because there's not going to be more added to it. But when you just clock divide on a clocked circuit, yeah, like a spaghetti for sure. Yeah, Ray Wilson passed. It was, I think it was 2019. He knew he was going to go, so he registered the website out for a long time, and then his estate got transferred over to SynthCube. I don't know if SynthCube is going to maintain the website, but that might be something to think about. Like, hey, has anyone donated money to his web hosting and his domain name so we can keep it up for another 20 years, another 10 years? Because it's great information, and it helped me a lot in understanding a lot of electronics, and I'm a dullard with it, so if you have a better grasp than me, it's going to be a lot easier to swallow, I would say. Yeah, that's a good idea, because there are other options out there. That was my go-to, is MFOS. NLC circuits are pretty straightforward and simple too, and very functional. So I like his stuff, but I don't know if the goal is to replicate a module on a breadboard or what. Like most of it, there's like a little bit of through-hole stuff from Nonlinear, but most of it's SMD. But the through-hole stuff that's on there is pretty awesome. Man, that snap, I hate it and I love it. I don't know what it is exactly, but I'm not mad. Yeah, Look Mom No Computer has a nice repertoire of data and information on Modular, and it all works. Like all the stuff is compatible and whatnot with what he's designed, and he's got a lot more off-the-shelf common components. Sometimes you run into some of these things that are outdated, and those components, at that time were common and off the shelf, but things are very different after COVID, it's not wild in the modular synth world, but there are a few things I think that faded out. I'm hard pressed. I can't think of anything. So that might be a lie. I might have made that up. I do that to scare up people and sell more tickets to Sid Stand Up Live. Over 45 minutes of comedy royalty from Sid. And at this point, we'd cut away, and there'd be me on stage with a microphone, kind of like going, and what's with the, I'm not really, I wouldn't do the Jerry Seinfeld thing, but I would probably do something like it, like an homage, like a bit. But we'd probably have the do 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 do, playing too. Yeah, that'd be cool. What were we talking about again? I'm sorry, I got lost. I was thinking about the stand-up show. So yeah, we'll cut back to this afterwards, and I'll be like, be there this Saturday night. Kind of fucked that up. At the moment, I am mainly looking to get some envelope followers for drum triggers. Huh. So the envelope follower acts like a comparator. Like once it passes the threshold, it creates a trigger signal. NLC does Cosmo format too. Oh yeah, the 5U. Speaking of modular, I fried my rings boost. Oh no! Oh no, over voltage of the input. Oh man. So you can put protection on there with diodes so that if it gets to a point, it'll push off and the diode will take over and make it ground juice. I don't know why I held my hands up, but the electric gods, they love it. They think it's awesome. They're pretty easy to please. There, I said it. Okay, I think I've talked for a really long time. I think we should, although honestly, my back feels a lot better. I think we've talked long enough to where I feel comfortable enough to jam. Yeah, right now I'm using a Coma Field kit as, oh, I worked on one of those. It had like a bad 2399 chip, the reverb chip, I think is what it was. I think it's pretty cool. So you want to, yeah. So you could do that with a comparator. It'll produce a gate-like signal, but you can. Well, some will do trigger too. Yeah, like mine does. I have one. Let me see if this is going to show up. Yeah. So I have a comparator here, and we have comp in, and then you have two settings, which is level and width, which basically sets your voltage max, and then the amount of a pulse that it's actually going to pay attention to before it just says F it. And so you'll set those to kind of get the amount. It'll put out a square wave, but this one also puts out an inverted version of it, so it'll stay high when this one's low. And then this also shoots a trigger out when that pulse is crossed. While not the most useful module, I don't use it a lot, it is something I kind of would argue everybody should maybe, they have any room or they find like a really tiny one or something that can be made. it wouldn't be a bad investment. They can really, unless you have a, I don't know, I have one module that has a built-in comparator, but it just really generates a clock signal. It doesn't, it's not designed to make any triggers or anything like that. Oh yeah, Vactral would work too. I love Vactrals. And FYI, when it comes to Vactrals, there's a company called, oh man, is it Silononics? They have a Vactral called the NSL-32. It's probably the cheapest one on the market. That's great. Like, I found it extremely versatile. There's the X5s. Those are really, 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 really expensive. And I don't like them. Like, I put some one time in 2 projects. I had the same projects, and one I put X5s and one I put NSL-32s, the one with the NSL-32. Now, granted, it was set up for that, and maybe I could have changed the LED resistance to get a different, to match it out. But out of the box, it was quieter with the X5s. And it was bloody nasty and hot and delicious with the NSL-32s. And they're cheap. X5s are like, start at $5 or $6 a piece. And when you need like we have, what is it? One of these things that has like 8 Vactrals. That's insane. If you gotta spend like $6 a piece, you're gonna get that bulk discount and you're still gonna be hurting. But yeah, you can build something with a Vactral that would be really simple. I think you could get away with it being passive. If you wanted to, if you were just using the voltage in your system to light up the LED, you might be able to. Make them out of Christmas lights, that's freaking awesome. Except when the bulb breaks. Unless you're using LED Xmas lights, then brilliant. Either way. I like the idea of reusing. You guys are really good. Like Booze is a really great example, but I've learned a lot from people who just like reuse old electronics, and how commonplace it is, and how I feel kind of like a bonehead for not, harvesting components. But I don't know. Sometimes it seems really boring to me, but I don't know. Some of this shit is worthless, so you might as well. Yeah, the Vactrals, we've got a black box Vactral for the, oh shit, which one was it? I think it's the Sirius filter. Yeah, the ART filter is a black box Vactral, but the resonator is like 8 Vactrals for the 4 filter points. I guess each one does half of the bell or something. I don't know. I don't even think I looked at the schematic for longer than a minute. I just flew through, building it as fast as I can, chasing that high, over and over, craving it, feasting it, that DIY, that burn, that desire. As the board got heavier and heavier in my hand, each component adding to its weight. A feeling of euphoria coursed through my mind and my body. I'll never forget it. Chasing that DIY high. Oh man, I think I messed up my invisible contacts. But Sid, you're wearing glasses. Yes. It's very observant of you, jackass. You can make infrared. Oh yeah, that's a good idea too. That's what the actual ones are, aren't they? They have like an IR light. I just use red and green, you know, for Jamaica. Wait, red's not Jamaican flag, it's yellow. Gold. Alright. Well, that was stupid, and I'm embarrassed to have said it. I still don't know what that poppin' is. I don't know. If someone could ever figure that out, just, you know, text me at ifigureditout.com. And, oh, shoot. You're a naughty boy, aren't you? That's insane. I didn't know we could do that on the stream, but we're doing it, baby. All right. Let's get another jam. We're so weird here. I don't know if that's normal or if that's healthy or if it's good or bad or it's something. That's at least something. Oh yeah. Time to stand. Let's take that camera up, pop that camera at the top. Make a little bit of dancing room there. Ah, yeah. Pull my pants back. Oh man. Okay. You know how I said I wasn't sweaty? I sat in that chair and it's a little sweaty. Oh my gosh. Look at that, guys. We're down to 31.1 C. Look at that. That's incredible. In freedom units, that is 87.9. Oh, 88. Okay, we're back at 88. 87. We're back at 87. It's the light. It rips off like a douchebag in the middle of the night. No, it actually does say 88. Okay. Either way, even though I've turned the air conditioning down to 76 and the sun is fucking gone, it's still hot as hell in here. I don't know what I did to deserve it. But damn it. I'm gonna repent for it. Wait, doesn't make sense. I'm just gonna do a little stretching here. I think we're gonna get, man. It's only 9,000 miles of 200 degrees. Yeah, I know, right? Well, I live, like in a residential area, but, we don't have shade. There's still the sun. Still the sun. If it wasn't around, well, I think it was a little bit overcast too today, but it was still hot. But whatever, man. I mean, I like the nightlife anyways. I don't really like the daytime shit. That's where all the people are driving around. They're jerks. They annoy me. At least at night, there's like 50% less jerks and 50% less annoyance. Still there. Driving around, being jerks. Oh, oh, okay. Phoenix night is so nice. I miss those hot desert nights, especially when summer temps here in Northeast start to dip. Yeah, I mean it's nice like when winter and everything, and like you just got to put on like a light jacket when you go outside, you know, or you're going out. It's really nice. Good to see the stream still cruising along. Yeah, we took like a nice little break. I rested my keister for a minute. I feel rejuvenated and reinvigorated, so I figured we'd jam for a little bit more, at least get one more tune out of this rude boy, and then I mean, I'll see how many somersaults I can do, or jumping jacks. We're at 9 hours. It's pretty good. That'll get us something on Leno, right? We'll be on Leno. Ooh, snip, snap. That's hot. I'm gonna try the hot nights. I'm gonna try turning on my ceiling fan here, see if maybe I can get like make sure it doesn't it's making this horrible noise. Sounds okay. Looking forward to autumn. That rude boy sings a fine tune. Ah, rude boy. You know, I should use the restroom though. I don't think I've gone in a while. Let me do that really quick and then we'll jam. That way I will be in the best jamming shape. I can't wait for the night, although it has been a little cooler. I've been able to walk at night. Like at midnight, I'll go for a walk around my neighborhood. And I've been able to do it last few nights. Like I'll go out to go get the mail and I'll be like, I'm gonna walk for like, 30 minutes or a mile or whatever. And my watch will be like, you've gone a mile, and I'll be like, cool. All right, it's time to head in. Zark, we're from Australia. That's funny. Who modded your mutants? What, Mantis? What? Alright, let me go to the restroom really quick, and I'll be right back. I will address all these pertinent questions.
I see you shiver.
Mr. Chompers. He really wants me to do something, but I don't know what it is. Oh! Like there's a new chime sound. No? Man, is that from earlier? Chompers, what are you talking about? That's what I thought. Yeah. You ask him straight up questions, he can never answer them. He's a fool. A fool cat. Do you want to come up here and show everybody how handsome you are real quick? Just real fast. No? Okay. Are you just going to yell at me from over there? Is that the plan? Okay. That's great. He is a little bit of the star of the show. Here. Alright, if you go in your little spot, I'll leave you alone. But if you come up to me, I'm gonna pull you up and show you on the camera. What do you want, buddy? Alright, I'll leave him alone because he hates show business. But he is very handsome. Joe's been sounding good. Thank you. Synth Cat over on YouTube. Let's see that meow. Feel them up for. Yeah. Okay. He's laying down on the carpet, but he's whipping his tail, which that means he's angry. He whips it in frustration, and he's frustrated all the fucking time because he's mad or something. And have your nip delivery chompers. Yeah, we did find this treat that he really likes. That's like catnip flavored is what Mrs. Heresy was telling me. And like we had to cut his nails and he hates that. He gets all mad. He's like fucking just like swearing at us and everything. And he was all like seething and I drop one of those in front of him and he eats it and he's like so he got over things. Dowie, good to see you, mate. The third ball, that is odd. Illuminati confirmed. I'm totally from Uranus. Great. Synth Cat over on YouTube. All good. If not, let him chill. Yeah. Well, when he gets up, when he starts bugging me, I try to show him that, oh, if you're going to do that, then you're going to get picked up and you're going to get that kind of affection. You're going to get that kind of attention. And to kind of train back. As he trains me, I try to train him. It's the Ouroboros of education between feline and human. It is sometimes some say, a foolish attempt at to mold and understand, but they're probably right, you know. I don't know. I would know. I just have my cat. He's the only cat I've really ever had, besides Killer Bee. No, that'll be my next cat's name. I've had like a bunch of almost pets, and I had names for them instantly. One time when this was when I was first dating Mrs. Heresy, I came back from like her place, and this was like at 7 or 8 in the afternoon, and there was a cat on my doorstep, inside like a bird cage kind of thing, and there was a litter box outside of the bird cage kind of thing, and there was food, but there was, you know, the cat couldn't get to any of these things, and there was no water or anything for it, and I couldn't bring her in. It was a nice cool time of the year. It was like October, so the weather wasn't bad, but still I went and it apparently had been there for like quite a while, so I went ahead and brought the cat into my garage, and I gave her water and food and everything, and she was fine. She really didn't get, you know, too messed up from the whole experience. I think she was fine, and she was very friendly, really like a sweetie cat. So definitely a house cat. And I didn't know who dumped it on my yard, but eventually someone told me that there was one person that moved out around that time, and she had a bunch of cats. And he's like, I bet she dumped one of her cats on you. And I'm like, well, how would she even know I had a cat unless she saw, you know, chompers in the window? I mean, I don't know, maybe. But anyways, I named that cat Isabella because I don't know, that was just like the perfect name for that cat. She was a little Siamese, so she had little stocking, you know, socks on and little mittens and just like, you know, cute. And I took her to the Humane Society, and they took her in, and they said that she was like about 3 years old or so. And then this other cat, Mrs. Hearsey and I, we walked around this a few years back in our neighborhood, and this cat like followed us all the way to our house, this little younger kitten. And we were like, I felt bad, so I'm like, all right, well, we'll leave it food and water so it doesn't starve. And it hung out for a bit, and then eventually, like after a day, the cat left and never came back. And but I named that cat Kiki because I kept calling it Kiki, like kitty. But it also was a nod to the life of William S. Burroughs and his former lover friend Kiki. And yeah, no, I don't know. I was gonna keep the cat as an outside cat, like build some shelter for it and stuff. But we have a lot of strays out here, so it's kind of hard to deal with it. Anyways, that is the most boringest thing I could say in the shortest or longest amount of time. You decide. Ready? No. Excited? Yes. Jerky? Oh man. Oh, cool, mate. That sounds awesome. Well, I wish you guys the best. I know you're going to have a really successful NobCon. It's going to be big stuff. Big stuff for you guys. I smell it. That's why I'm so like, I should be there, you know, but, you know, I made my bed. I got to sleep in it. Drives me insane. All right, I think it's time for that. I hear the spacey noises from the. Can we put one of these? I gotta like run this audio through some attenuators so I can get some fucking headroom. There's like no headroom. I kind of have one up here I could use, I guess. There's some down here, but it's really crowded. Well, oh wait, yeah, that's right. We did that. My watch die? It did.
That's some tasty stuff. And not too bad. It's actually really great. I like these sounds. They are relaxing and pleasing. Hope it's still recording. I haven't checked on it in a while. Yeah, good for you, buddy. 9.5 hours. No choke. Loving it. Oh, whoa. Someone whipped their tail on me. Do you want to go on camera? Is that what you're telling me? Come on, buddy. This is obvious. He's like whipping his tail and hitting my foot with it. Like, all angry, like. Here, buddy.
Oh, I'll leave you be.
I feel bad hoisting you in front of the camera because I know you're camera shy. It's just because you're not as handsome as I say. And if you were to get in front of the camera, there'd be so many people to confirm that you're just not as handsome as I might call you. And once you learn that factor, your little kitty cat heart might break. So I don't want to do that to you. Don't expose him. Don't worry, he's gonna like totally be like, I am cute enough, damn it. Ooh, guys, we got a basketball free-for-all going on. It's a fun way to rock the day. See this little goal here? That is what you're shooting for. And over here, it's kind of hidden. It's there, though. That's where you're shooting from. You'll put two numbers in. The first number is your angle. The second number is your power. The first number is 1 to 180. The other one's 1 to 100. First one to get it gets a point. First person to 7 points wins the game, or whoever has the highest point score after this goes. Anybody can join in at any time and seize clutch victory, I should say. It's honestly really fun. Oh, there you go. Now you gotta get it up here where the chat is. The game requires not a ton of skill, but you can even really one of your enemies is just straight up lag. So you want to move as quickly as you can because the game looks at first come, first serve. So if you're dialing in that shot and you shoot and you're like, that's not going to make it, go ahead and put the new number in before you watch it like fail and complete and everything. You can get like 2 shots in a row. It's not turn-based. Or at least I don't think it is. They might have updated it. Oh, okay, here we go. We got one here, and then we got our shooting from... Keep shooting from like the most awkward locations. It's like the only part of the screen that has shit on it. Guess I could build some stuff. Oh, Doey! I don't think you were here. We came up with an idea. I don't know if I gotta implement it. I think it'd be fun, like to kind of freshen up the stream.
I was thinking we were talking about putting like a speedrunner's like counter at the top, but putting shit like dabs and pickles and like, you know, the worst or the biggest. This is me roasting myself. The best would be there'd be like a timer, just like you would have in a speed run, but it would be switched between working and talking, and chat could, you know, switch it back if once they're like, oh, he's talking, and then, you know, you could switch it over to talk, and then the timer will click over to that, and then you could, you know, oh, he's working, you know, switch it back over to work, and then you have these like little running counts, and maybe dab time counts. Like, we could quantify so much for no discernible reason whatsoever, just because it would be funny. And I don't know if you figured this out yet, but I'm really into funny. 4, 4, 5. Okay, so collected, the first number is going to be angle from 1 to 180, and then the second number is going to be your power from 1 to 100. Oh shit. Oh, you madman. Oh, there we go. 0.1 now.
Oh, I'm gonna fly into the underground. I'll just set myself up for a win. Oh wait, that was eyeball. Good job. You the king. The king of the beats.
Can you even, like, aim? Because you're so big and it's bigger than your actual hitbox. I think, right? Oh. Kind of. This is awful. What is that that's sweeping super rhythmically? I feel dumb. Okay. That has been dealt with. Excellent. Oh, how they do it? It's just an app. It's in a little separate program that you run, and then you throw it up there. You could put all kinds of shit in there and so forth. There's just programs that you run. I've looked into it before because I was kind of fascinated by it, but I never thought about really using it. And then today happened. Dude, Chompers is whipping his tail. I shouldn't even say his name. I have to say, like, Sea Hopper. That's his code name, so that he doesn't hear it. Whenever I'm talking to the missus, I'll be like, or I'll talk to my mom and I'll be like, oh yeah, I've got Sea Hopper just walking by, you know, or something like that. Haven't really had to say it in a while, but here we are. Here we are. WinRAR. Oh right, is that the 30-day version? Can I just keep clicking try later? Hair situation. Oh no, it's just always shitty. I don't really care anymore. But thank you for reminding me that I should care.
some reason. All right. Ooh, there's a dab. All right, let me do this dab. And, oh, stand in front of the fan. Oops. Damn it, I keep forgetting to change it to the higher heat. All right, that should be good. Let's go. Makes you look professional. Well, I just, you know, kind of got insane. Like a little bit. So it's just like, who cares about your hair? I get it now. I understand now why like crazy people have like goofy hair, because it's just at this point you're just like, fuck it, man. What's it fucking matter? We're all gonna be eaten by the dolphin people soon enough. They're gonna shave us before they eat us anyway. So who fucking cares, man?
Chompers, you are in a dumb spot. You should not be standing there. I almost stepped on your meow.
I think you can hear him. Let me see if I can move him with
Motivation.
Oh, shut up. It's not so bad, Mr. Handsome. Oh, shit. Okay. Look at that. Look at that handsome boy face. Look at these tiny arms, these tiny paws. They're so tiny. Why are they so tiny? That's right. We made you in a factory. Munchkin land. They make munchkin guts. All right, buddy. Go forth and appease our Lord and Savior, Satan. He's a devil worshiper. He is. So I just try to recognize his belief system and be respectful. You know, he's big into the upside down cross. You know, he's got some cool pentagrams and books by Anton LaVey. So you know, those are fun. Those are fun to read. It's like something that's that's purdy. There's a purdy sound. Adam Fighter, welcome in, mate. No, I meant like dolphin people. They're like the next evolutionary step of the dolphin and the porpoise and so forth. But they will develop really sophisticated psionic weapons that they'll be like, and then it'll shoot out of their forehead and blow a dude up. It's pretty scary. It's not entirely real, but I mean it could be real. It's just around the corner. Once the dolphins and the porpoises develop psionic technology, we're doomed, man. All right. Once they figure that stuff out, and they're like, and they're like shooting laser beams or their thought waves out of their
Stupid dolphin foreheads. It's over. But that's okay, because I have Dolphin Shield. Dolphin Shield is recommended by more than 20 different dolphin enthusiasts and fearers. Dolphin Shield provides you with impeccable shielding and protection from the dolphin psionic technology. Now, while not anything can be guaranteed foolproof, this one is guaranteed 70% proof, which is a lot better than what you're going to get with the competition like Amazon, selling psionic protective technology that's only 30%. Come on, really, Amazon? The dolphin people are going to be able to right through that, and then your head's going to explode. And then what are you going to do? Nothing, because you're going to be headless. And last time I checked with a doctor, you need a head in order to think, breathe, speak, blink, see. A lot of things are really very head. It's a very poor design of a being. When you think about it, it's a wonder that we ever even made it to where we are at this moment in time, especially with the dolphin people and their very, very deadly technology just waiting to be utilized once they rise up. Until then, check out what's on Netflix and Hulu this fall. I should just do ads all day. Real fake ads was it. Alcadroid, you're back. Or did you ever go away? I can't be sure anymore. Things are really strange these days. Aren't you doing the Guinness thing? Hangover. Oh yeah, the rocks in your skull. Just woke up. Oh shit. Well, just pray no one raids, right? Well, I guess you could just hit mute and just wait until the is over with, and then you're like, all right, now we can come back in. There's gonna be a lot of delay and a lot of noises afterwards, but I'll be all right. Just ease it up slowly. Liters of water, yeah, that's a good idea. That's not a bad idea at all. Yeah, I've in an effort to kind of help with my tummy, I've been trying not to drink any beer or anything, and then someone was like, well, you know, tequila's not exactly, it's sugar, it's agave, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess you're right. So I've been trying not to drink too much tequila too, so I'm trying to get in there. But when I do drink, one of my favorite beers is PBR, which is like a real light beer. But the thing I enjoy is that, I mean, it's part of the joke, but it really is nice, is that I'm getting all the water I need. I don't need to take a water break when I'm drinking PBRs. I'm good. I can just keep going. I mean, I'm going to get sloshed, but there's no water break with PBRs, which is really wonderful. Yeah, PBRs is Pabst Blue Ribbon. I don't know exactly where it's made. I forget. But I don't know. It's light beer. You know, they all kind of don't have a very strong flavor on their own, but they have a certain je ne sais quoi. You know, certain thing that's works for me. And yeah, I tried to find a light beer anyways that I liked, because I can drink like 4 or so PBRs, but I can't necessarily drink 4 IPAs without consequences. I mean, I can do it, but there will be retribution. I mean, if I don't take a water break in there somewhere, I'm kind of hosed. With the PBRs, water break. Get out of here. Get out of here. You don't need a water break. You're fine. Anyways. Well, it's good to see Alcadroid. We have had a phenomenal, really great Jamtown this whole week. It'll be a little bit until we have another one, because end of September and end of October, I just won't be able to do any Jamtowning. Now I was thinking about maybe doing some VCV rack or maybe some small rig stuff so we can get to, hey, cold response, welcome in. Do some stuff like that so to kind of, you know, when we can, but I'm just going to be busy with work, so I won't be available at the end of the month for a lot of these times. We typically have to write through, it's just these 2 months, just September and October. Pardon me. November, December are pretty, there's like a little tiny thing I have in December, that's it. But it's pretty quiet, pretty laid back after that, but for 2 months, streams will be a little bit less. I'm trying to build up some content so that I have in the meantime, so that I can kind of drop that on, you know, other social media, so at least you have something fun to remember me by. Been great sounds. Hey, thank you, mate. Yeah, I've been jamming on that. I'm gonna definitely try to record this for an classic afterwards jams. Just a little YouTube series put together. Beyond that, Mr. Chompers really wants me to do something for him. I think he wants some food or something. And Mrs. Heresy is going to be home soon, so she'll probably I should cook some dinner. And I mean, we're like, I don't know, I guess I could burn 5 minutes, but we're pretty much almost at 10 hours for today. Now I'm gonna say, I will say this, and this will kind of extend time out, but I don't think I've done a Jamtown this long. And typically I can't, because, you know, I just get sore, but I don't know what it was. I was really able to and it gets hot as hell in here, but cranking the AC down like 2 more ticks really made the difference. And then like really spending a good amount of time sitting on that chair really helped too. I used to have my gaming chair, and I would have it over here in front of all this, but it's just so crowded, and it became difficult to do a lot of things with the chair in the way, so I just kind of yeeted it, and I have this drum throne that I sit on all the time. It's coming up for a year for me watching your channel. Wow, that's remarkable, mate. That is absolutely... That's the cat's pajamas. That's really cool. Oh my God, he's trying to wiggle through. Just saw Chompers. Oh, there he goes. It's like, fuck you. I'm gonna see if the food thing's changed. But anyways, I will be back in the lab on Tuesday and Thursday and Saturday, and then we'll 3 years. Wow. We'll be back in the lab then, and then we will. I'm sorry, I'm trying to think with my brain. Dude, totally forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I got distracted because he's okay. Anyways, so we're going to be doing a lot of repairs when we come back, and we'll be doing that for at least a couple of weeks, and then on I think it's like the 13th or the 14th, and then for like 4 days I'm in California. It's going to be really short, so I don't know if I'll be able to really stream from there, so I may not even bother bringing... I'll bring my selfie stick and stuff, but we'll be back, and then we'll have another week here, and then I have a week at a gig that's here in town, but I'm just going to be tired, and it'd probably be the best for both of us if I just don't stream. We might have a pinball stream. Might have like a video pinball stream if I have like a late morning or something that I don't have to be there till 10 or something, and might stay up and play a little bit of virtual pinball. I've really enjoyed hanging out here. Been great fun. Wish the time zone was different so I could watch it for longer. You know, I've really tried to make accommodations for that so that a lot of our friends over in Europe, I can at least be a little earlier in the night. I know I come in at the evening no matter what I can do, But if I can try, I've tried to shift the stream to earlier in the day to kind of cover that time. But yeah, it's always in the evening. It's always kind of an inconvenience. But it's worked out. It's like the best you can do kind of scenario. So it's nice to be able to. I am low-key planning a 24-hour stream this KnobCon weekend to celebrate KnobCon and everything like that. I mean, I don't want to make any promises I can't keep, but I do owe you guys a 24-hour stream, at least 24 hours. So I feel like while everyone's doing KnobCon, it might be nice to be, because that's a 24-hour type of event. So it'd be nice to be chilling around and be available for the KnobConners. And a way to kind of keep track of what's going on and so forth. Maybe we could build like a little deal to tack on there. Doey, I was curious if you could do, yes, the field reporter. Oh my God, did you hear us talk about that or because that was literally, there was like a bit. I didn't think you were in chat, but I was like, we could have like a whole deal where you could come in through Discord or through the Twitch thing, but have your camera like on a tripod or something, so it's kind of stationary, and do a lot of this, and maybe unnecessary delays, or I'll be like, we've got DJ Doey in the field. DJ Doey, tell us what you're seeing right now, and then it cuts to you, and you're just like, yes, Sid, I'm here in the trenches. It's like this total like disconnect because of the delay and just exaggerate the fuck out of it so it's even dumber. So you could be like, yes, Sid, I'm in the trenches. We've got the bripper-dooper-doo, da ba da ba da da better do. And then it would cut to me and I'd be like, excellent. That's excellent to hear. Have you noticed any of the doopity-doos? And then cuts back and you're just like, it's just out of your mind, like, nah. No, we have not. We're hoping to get more information soon. I don't know. We could really yuck it up. I think it would be fun. Let me see if I can get something put together to make that happen, Captain. I don't think it would be impossible. Got a slightly better Macintosh, and maybe we can make the Macintosh a better video thing. Yeah, well, I'll try to figure out all the things I need. I guess I need to hurry, but at the worst, you could just come in on your phone or whatnot and be like, I'm standing here. Blah, 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 blah. It would be funny. I think it'd be good times. Maybe we could do it in the middle of the day when things are really hopping on day one. That's probably the best day to really draw attention to yourself. In a dorky way, but yeah. Well, no. Oh, yeah, that's one thing. Like, I mean, you probably want to wear some sort of fucking ear thing. Like, like if you're using an iPhone, like maybe the little, because the audio is going to be shit. But I don't know. Some of the newer phones have actually got pretty good directional mics, so we can see. We can give it a try. But I was like, you could just pretend like you had something, like you had like an earpiece. You don't have to actually have one. That's. It'd be like when you harmonize when you're singing, like, Journey songs, and you're like, you don't really have to do that. Oh my God, yeah, just do that. Just absolutely kill me by doing this. I hate this so much. Oh my God, I hate it with so much. I just, all right, enough hate. Let's Let's talk about rock and roll. Well, mostly rock and roll. Hold a disconnect. We're in a world. I don't know. Anyways, guys, I want to thank everybody that came in this week and hung out, and we made a lot of new friends over on YouTube. Really appreciate you guys coming in. That this is it's been an experiment to stream on YouTube, and so far it looks like it's been really fruitful. We've met a lot of new people, which is always the plan, always the point of any of this stuff. But yeah, really appreciate you guys hanging out, and all the subs, resubs, the gift subs, the bits, all of it. It was magnifique. Let me see here what we've got on who's online right now. I have an option for us, but I just wanted to see if anything's changed. Not really. Not really. We've got Holly Tatnall. We'll go ahead and raid her channel. She is a singer-songwriter. She's got keyboards. She's got the Ableton launch. She's got the jams. She's got the Poison and the Remedy. I think she might have the post-victim rhythmical remedy. I don't know about that part. Hey, the Krell patch. We should do that. We should do the Krell patch. I think that's a good idea. I was saying that we're, to supplement so we can't do Jamtown, we might have some like little learn to patch, get gooder at patching in. And the Krell patch is a great one. We could easily do that within VCV, and have some. I love that. I love that patch, by the way. It's one of my favorites. It's really beautiful, and I think it's a cool concept of alien rock and roll. Because it talks about the YouTube people. I know. It's a little awkward, but we'll manage somehow. Technically, I mean, their dialect shows up down here, so, but it gets abridged. Or are you asking, cold response, for listening to the Krell Patch? No, we're just listening to, most of it is from a really great module called the Sloth, or Sloths, or whatever. It's basically a Lorentz pattern, which is like this kind of off-centered figure eight, but the voltage doesn't always do a figure eight pattern. Sometimes it just orbits one, sometimes it orbits the other, sometimes it orbits between, and it's really great replacement for an LFO. Instead, you have this Lorentz pattern, which will sometimes come in or sometimes won't. It's got a lot less repetition. Did I put it in there? Yeah, there you go. So there's the link for if you guys are interested in any of our social medias. I try to stay active on them, keep them fun, keep them interesting. Let's get our raid rolling for the night. One more time, because I feel like I never say it enough. Thank you, everybody, for a really wonderful night, really wonderful week. It's been so much fun hanging out with you guys. I can't wait to do some repairs and get more solder, more projects worked on. It's a fun journey. I appreciate you guys for it. I'm gonna bail out here, give you the I don't know, what would be a cool shot? We should do, we'll do this shot. I think this is I like that shot the best. Guys, take care, and party on and all that good stuff.